Hey everybody, this is Jack and welcome to this live stream. I've called this live stream Lost and Confused. Is this connection going anywhere? If you're here live, thank you so much for being here. Let me know that you're here. Let me know your name, where you're tuning in from, how your day's been going. I know for some of you, this is also late in the day, so thanks for making the time. And if you're watching this after the event, thank you also for being here. Feel free to let me know where you're tuning in from. I'd love to know where all you guys are in the world. Also, if you're here live, just let me know that you can hear me okay. I've got a ton of questions. I want to thank you all who have pre-submitted questions. I'm going to get to as many of them as I can. I won't be able to get to all of them, unfortunately, but I will do my best. Hey, Susan. Hey, Joe. Joe's in the UK. Welcome. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to crack right in to this first question I have here. My boyfriend and I have decided to split up. It's been a very amicable process. I am 47 and I'm beginning to wonder if I'm just better off alone. Looking back on my past, I've experienced more fun, fulfillment, and personal growth on my own. My big question is, are some people just better off alone? I felt most complete without a relationship. However, I don't want to be closed off either. So I love this question. I know this question comes to people a lot. What I like about the way that you're asking it is that it seems to me that you're rooting it in curiosity as opposed to doubt, right? So if you've listened to me before, you know I like to distinguish curiosity and doubt. And doubt is often coming from fear. And so there is a way that this question can come from a place of, well, I'm probably just better off alone. Probably I'm just better off alone. Whereas I think what you're saying is, if I'm honest and look back, I felt best on my own. So maybe that's true for me, but I don't want to be closed off. So you're carrying a spirit of open-mindedness and inquiry forward into what life may hold for you. So, what would it be like to not have to have a definitive answer to that question, right? If you can be with that type of not knowing, I think it will serve you really well. And my question for you is, if you haven't felt best in the past when you've been in a relationship, what type of connection do you want in your life, right? Because we don't necessarily have to be in a committed relationship to want to have connection and intimacy and meaningful companionship with other people. So I'd be curious on your behalf, what might that look like? Do you have any experiences that you can look back in the past and deduce from them that actually, yeah, for me, connection in the moment where we both feel really connected, that's really important. It doesn't need to be someone that I see all the time or every weekend, or that we're trying to build a life or future or pay a mortgage or whatever together. So yeah, it would strike me, I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but it would strike me that in the evolution of the species, we're going to have variance. So the notion that everyone is always best off being coupled, that doesn't make sense to me. And I think if you look at the evolution of monogamy, again, I'm not a cultural anthropologist. I did study some anthropology in university. The evolution of monogamy is probably a lot to do with child rearing, and it's probably a lot to do with social stability. And it maybe also has to do with reducing violence, particularly in men, right? Men tend to be more stable, I think, often when they're in relationship. So there's lots of reasons for that aren't actually to do with your individual path and your authenticity and the stage of development individually and culturally that we find ourselves in at this time. So the fact that you're maybe having that experience that I just do better on my own, that could well be true, right? We also know there are different attachment styles, right? And we put a lot of effort into thinking about, well, how can I maybe relax my attachment style? Let's say I have a more avoidant attachment style. How can I maybe fight more for intimacy? And one of the reasons at large that we might have different attachment styles is that, we may benefit at large at having some people who are more self-reliant and some people who are more likely to look to other first, right? Again, we talk a lot about sort of waking up from the trance of otherness, right? So in our own individual spiritual development, learning how not to value other over self is often a really important piece of development. And that's not to say that there aren't socially and culturally some advantages to having a bunch of people who are willing regularly to put other people's needs first, right? So what has been true in the past may not always hold as we get to this sort of, whatever we want to call it, postmodern integral stage of development where new capacities and new ways of being and new ways of relating are coming online. I'll just end by saying this. It seems to me that there, at least in public discourse, there's a plurality ways that people are relating that seems larger than it has been in the past, right? It might be that there were sort of lots of ways of relating that weren't necessarily getting airtime, that people were just sort of doing it behind closed doors, so to speak. But when you talk about, you know, polyamory, ethical non-monogamy, you know, committed couples who live apart, you know, that's conservatively estimated at 10%. I think it's probably a lot larger than that, just because I don't know that people go around, you know, reporting that all the time as in their census material, or however people gauge that. You know, people who are in, you know, committed relationships, but that also they allow their partner certain freedoms, you know, and on and on and on. We are inventing more ways of relating. And part of that is destabilizing, right? Because the model that most of us have grown up with is probably different than that. And there are obviously going to be some advantages to the models that we've grown up to, but there are also probably some limitations. And that's why I think we're relationally evolving, but it's also chaotic. And evolution itself creates lots of, you know, kind of non-starters or things that, you know, are ultimately not going to take us forward, you know? So yeah, I would feel really comfortable with you finding your truth on that question and just keeping an open inquiry and letting life reveal it to you over time. Thanks for that question. Welcome. We've got some more people who have joined us here. Welcome, Cloda and Claire and Kelly, MD, Ali, Angela, Bella Rose, Kimberly, Chantel's in Holland. Welcome, and Cheryl. I'm going to go to another of these pre-submitted questions. When a man has dated you for a year, why would he want to be just friends? Why not just break up? P.S. I broke it up. So firstly, just kind of honoring you, that it sounds like you've honored yourself there, meaning that this breakup is probably serving you because you don't actually want to be just friends. I'm sensing, you know, at the risk of projecting slightly on your question, that you're probably looking for a more committed style of connection. So why don't guys do that? Well, guys, I think on the whole, feel less of a need for commitment. You know, and people look at that from a biological perspective. You know, that's not been the deepest nature of my inquiry, but I sort of get it that men are sort of lower investment when it comes to, you know, their ability to procreate. You know, women are the kind of higher investment partner, right? So in that sense, women often hold the initial gatekeeping of, you know, am I going to let you get to know me? And for a lot of women, the answer is kind of no. Like, I'm not actually going to give you the right to let to know me. So we can look at it from that perspective. We can also look at it from, you know, what experiences have you had in the past? You know, is this guy at a stage in his life where he's looking to have a committed connection? And if he's not, but you're happy staying in a sort of a form of connected intimacy that doesn't have a container around it, why in some ways would he want to change that, right? Other than if he's holding this perspective that ultimately it's not in your highest interest to be around him longer term because it's maybe cheating you from being in a more committed style of relationship. But that's quite a high perspective in some ways for a guy to hold. And there also may be a lot of goodness about the ways that you guys relate. So in my experience, and I'm saying that in my experience, literally, and in my experience of doing a lot of work with people in this territory, men often don't want to let go of connections, right? Because they like you. They like having you in their life. They like the friendship. They like the companionship. And probably the one main thing that might shift that is either a decision on his part that he wants a more committed style of relationship, right? And then is that going to be with you? Is that going to be with someone else? Or he meets someone else that he feels more serious about, or that he has a more than companionship style of connection, right? Which I sometimes call lovership, if it's a more sort of sexual, romantic, but not committed thing, or partnership, if it's moving in the direction of commitment. And then that sort of forces the question, right? He can't keep that level of ongoing connection with you. But even in that situation, I actually think, and historically, there's obviously, and still at the, you know, in large at the world, there's a lot of proof that if it's okay culturally or okay with you as a woman, that a guy has, you know, other connections, whether they are intimate or otherwise, or just close friendships, most guys, if they're allowed to do that, so to speak, or it's kind of seen as being, you know, acceptable, moral, or however you think of that, they'll go for it. And I'm not making them wrong for that. Just that seems to be how it kind of is. So I do think there can be a shift in the masculine when he gets, okay, you're in my care. And so actually, what am I doing to put this relationship first, right? If you want someone who gives a really good explanation of that, you could look at the work of Stan Tatkin, who's an expert on attachment and is very much in the view of, this relationship first and everything else secondary. But that's when you're having a more committed style of relationship, right? So when it's, a friendship or a companionship, why would he want to let go of that? Because he knows in some ways that he's got to experience loss, and probably in his eyes, if it's only been something that he's looked at as a friendship and not something as a more romantic potential, he's not having to let go of the sort of the future, right? Or the castle in the sky, or the sort of projection into the future with you. He's like, we have a good connection. That's what I enjoy. I like, spending time with you or hanging out with you. So even if we want it to be different, I don't know that it's going to be different. So I'd probably rather you are majoring in what it seems exactly that you've done, which is that you've said, hey, this isn't what I want. So if this is not what I want, then I have to break it up, rather than I'm going to rely on the guy to break it up when evidently from his actions, he's not leading things in that direction. All right. When a man says, I want to do what I want when I want because I can. Oh, geez. He said this on more than one occasion. Is there room within this mindset for partnership? Can you offer how I might respond to open this up and express my needs and desires when I don't feel he values them? So that occurs to me as sort of, if there was only one statement you were going to hear from a guy as sort of an expression of partnership, I'm not sure that it would be that, right? This is almost, some of my studies back in the day were more political. This is almost like an expression of negative liberty, right? Just to get kind of political philosophical for a moment. So negative liberty is basically, I get to do what I want as long as it doesn't harm you. And a lot of people go around saying that this is what liberty is. Now, it's an aspect of liberty, but there's also positive liberty, which is not just about not doing harm to other people. It's actually like, how can we be more free together, right? So in partnership, sometimes we can experience and express things that we can't on our own. And this sort of statement probably doesn't get that side of the equation. So yeah, is it true that a guy could be at a stage in his life where he's just sort of me first, right? Which is one way of saying that. Or just, yeah, my way of being a man is I'm going to do what I want, how I want, if I want, when I want. And you can either get on the train, so to speak, like David Data talks about men as trains, right? They're heading in a certain direction. It's a very sort of more classical statement of masculinity. Do you want to get on that train, right? Do you want to be part of that guy's direction and vision for his life? Because he's not likely to change the direction of the train station too much. So better to find a guy where you like the direction and vision of his life and then align to it. However, that's to the exclusion of other things like what's in the highest for the we, or how can I make sure that you're in my care, or what are your needs and what are my needs? It's like any aphorism, any partial truth taken to its ultimate expression is normally problematic, right? It's normally unnuanced, and it's normally going to be at some level a little bit unrelational. Now, the partial truth in this that I appreciate, and some of you may appreciate as well, is the part of a guy that says, I'm actually kind of going to do what I'm going to do, and I'm not going to sway for it because you don't think it's a good idea, right? There's a sort of type of masculinity, a sort of a truth to it, right? Of this is who I am. We don't have to be together, but I'm not going to pretend I'm someone I'm not, right? That might be a positive expression of something that's related to this energy. Or there's a thing that I want to do. I hear your concerns and fears. I hear you. Maybe I can make some modifications to take them on board, right? So maybe you don't want me to go skiing because you fear that I might break a leg. Or I can even think of this instance of someone that, was going to be walking down the aisle. So she's like, you're not going to do that thing because I'm not walking down the aisle with a guy who's got his leg in a cast, right? So, okay. So maybe there's some negotiations that can happen there, right? Maybe we can change the date, right? Or maybe I can agree that I'm not going to do black runs, or maybe I can get some extra training, or maybe I can drink less, or, et cetera, et cetera. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's a way that I think you can be relational that doesn't deny that you still have a certain kind of sovereignty in your life. And that sort of sovereignty can also be really attractive to women, right? It's sort of like, oh, I'm not just going to not do something because you told me not to, right? You're not my mom. You don't actually get to tell me what to do. I'm going to do certain things, but I'm open to feedback. And we can also, between us, can co-create some agreements about things that we do or don't do, right? So that I think there's a way of honoring that sovereignty whilst also trying to be relational, but that's a hard integration. And I probably haven't got it right myself at times, and I'm sure most of us don't get it right all the time. And you've also got to select for what you want, right? So if you want a sort of a style of relationship where maybe we connect once or twice a week, but most of the time you're kind of doing your thing, right? And then when we get together, we spend time and it's quality time, but I'm not really trying to influence how you set your house up or what you do in your business or what you do with your free time. I'm just like, when we spend time, I want you to be there and be present. For some of you, that wouldn't be enough, right? You want a more co-created life. And in the co-created life, we're probably going to start having implicitly or sometimes explicitly just more agreements about how we doing this thing or what are we taking aim at. So if that's the only thing that I'm hearing, I'm not super psyched by it. And it sounds like you have an intuition that he doesn't value too much how you feel about things. You know, that's a common sort of critique of the masculine, right? And sometimes it's just true that the guy doesn't care that much about how you feel, or the way that he approaches life is not through a feelings orientation, right? So for him, feelings are always going to be less important than facts, right? So that's the kind of like logic, emotion. Obviously, there are a lot of guys who are incredibly emotional and who are more feeler than thinker. I certainly have a decent amount of feeler going on. So, you know, there's all different types of guys. But I think your intuition here is this probably isn't moving in the direction of the partnership that maybe you need, that includes the needs and desires that you have and a sense that they're valued, right? There is a way, and you know, it takes work, and as most of us as guys probably aren't going to do this all the time, but there is a way to really value what you feel without necessarily having to agree with it. But I think as guys, we often make the mistake, if you are feeling about something, right? You have a feeling about something that we did, or a family member, or our neighbors. And as you're talking about your feelings, you say something which to the more logical mind, as I experience it, doesn't sound quite true, or doesn't sound like the best perspective to be in. It's difficult sometimes as a guy to put that aside and just say, actually, there's someone in front of me that's having a feeling experience and they want their feelings heard and validated. We could disagree a little bit on, you know, what's the pathway that got you there. And if you're holding a belief that actually I don't share with you, I could express that. But this is tricky. I mean, I think about this stuff a lot, and sometimes I still do a terrible job of this. So, you know, there's also just sometimes realizing that, you know, maybe if you want your feelings validated, they're not always going to be validated all the time in the way that you want from a guy. You might find that kind of guy. You might find that kind of guy also has other ways of expressing that don't fully work for you, right? So there's subtle territory here. You know, if the guy can always mirror and match what your feelings are and be there and be attentive and say all the right things, he may lack some sovereignty to go out in the world and command the kind of competence and resources that are also attractive to you, you know? So, you know, ultimately you get your choice, and that's not me sort of chucking you under the bus. That's just saying, yeah, have an inquiry here and don't discount your own intuition, right? You'll probably know when someone is more oriented or less oriented to partnership, you know, whether it's from repeated interactions or just your kind of intuition. And I really wouldn't discount that kind of intuition. And I'm not talking about I'm dysregulated and I'm having a lot of reactive feelings. I'm sort of talking about you're sat under the tree in the shade, taking life in and tuning into yourself, into your body, into what's true for you. And, you know, that's a practice for most of us. In those moments, what do you really notice and feel to be true about the connection? You know, I'll always say, listen to that more than you listen to me. You know, I've got some ideas, I've got some experiences, I've got my 10,000 hours of coaching. I've worked in this territory a lot. I've made a ton of mistakes. I've been in a lot of relationships. So I've got a lot of hard knocks of life experience that I've also brought into it. But your intuition about your life is always probably going to be a much better guide than any particular person who gives you some kind of guidance that isn't customized to your particular experience in this moment. That customization, I think, is called your intuition in this moment. All right. I appreciate that question. Let's say a few more hellos. Thank you. More of you have joined us. Welcome, Gwen, Julia, Margie, Hill. Thank you, Jack. Your videos have been much help to me. Much love from the California Sierra foothills. You're welcome. It's a beautiful part of the world. Hello from Wales. So many beautiful parts of the world. Thank you for the opportunity to understand the other side of the opposite gender. Yeah, you know, doing my best. And I can't, you know, speak for all men, right? You know, men are is just such a blanket statement. There's so many different types and archetypes of men, but there are these sort of particular sticking points that can often happen between the masculine and the feminine. And I think one of them we were just talking to there. All right, I'm going to bring up another question here. How to be okay with not precisely knowing what I want in a relationship at the moment. Seeing someone occasionally who has made it clear they're not being available for commitment. There is a lot of good in the connection. From time to time, I feel like I'd like something more regular, and I feel slightly frustrated. Been dating another guy for 2 weeks now, really deep connecting and getting to know each other until we kissed and it got intimate. And now all of a sudden, I don't feel this connection's right for me. It's almost as if I was trying to shape my edges and see what I want, but yet I don't know. I try to follow my intuition, which at the moment says it is okay not to know and that I can be working ongoing with the flow of what feels right. Yeah, I mean, I think you got your kind of conclusion there at the end. I like it. I sometimes use this metaphor that intuition is a bit like, showing my age here, it's a bit like the static on the radio, right? I can remember many times, on the car. Yeah, I used to go to school on the car because I was a complete baller. No, in the car, dad's like trying to tune in the radio and it's a bit like, and then you go under the underpass and it's, in and out. Or sometimes I get this when I drive cross country, I'll like tune into like a music channel and then, every 30 minutes kind of it will have to change. So why am I saying that? Because our intuition, I think, is a bit like that. It's a bit like we've got to reduce the static on the line. Sometimes the static is our fear, our self-criticism, our doubt, our judgment, our previous negative experience. And for most of us, it's a process of learning how to deal that in, and it gets stronger over time. And you basically get more willing to trust yourself. You don't have to get it right 100% of the time, right? I don't think anyone can get their intuition probably completely dialed 100% of the time, because we also have moods, we also have seasons, we also have bad days, we have stress, we have allergens, we have all sorts of things that go on in our lives. So we're not looking for perfect. We're just looking to notice, like when we have a sort of a hunch that we couldn't necessarily explain logically, that we don't discount, that we kind of notice, that seems to be my intuition. What if I just allowed that to be there? And in my experience, and this is where this like expression, hell yes or no comes in. If we are setting the standard of the things that you're a yes to a little bit higher, like, I don't just want to be sort of, oh, this guy's okay, like he'll do. If I want to be a little bit more infused and engaged about who's in front of me, then we're living from a slightly different place. So when you have a lot of like, I don't know, yes, it could be your doubt, but it could also be, if you relax that, your intuition is telling you you're not super psyched about this. Or let's say it differently. The universe is not making it abundantly clear to you that this connection is right for you. So it's sort of fine either way. It's fine if you want to stay and keep learning and keep experiencing. It's fine if you want to let it downshift. Like in your whole story, if you will, of your life, it's probably not that this is going to be the definitive chapter, right? It's probably going to be, I use this expression, cameo. I don't mean that disrespectfully to someone who's, a smaller player in your life. Sometimes those moments of connection can be meaningful, or you can learn something, or you can have beautiful connection and intimacy. It's just, if this was going to be a significant connection, even if the significant connection isn't one that's going to go medium term, but just normally you kind of know there's a sort of like, oh, okay, yeah, this keeps getting my attention in a way that I want to keep giving it attention. So said differently, I think you're exactly where you need to be, and keep practicing. All right. My question is, why do men usually want to be intimate around the second month or sooner? When we're not even in love. I'm referring to sex. To put a blunt point on it, I don't have sex with any of them. I'm looking for a deep, intimate, loving relationship. Yeah, well, good on you for knowing and honoring what you want. Right? I'm sure a lot of people can relate to what you're saying there. So my experience is that men are capable of both, right? That doesn't mean that every guy is sort of capable of both all the time, right? They might typically fall a little bit more one side or the other of the fence. But I think most guys are capable of both being sexual without it being about love, right? Or being in a love relationship and being sexual. And that might just be one of the, and again, there's going to be plenty of women that can relate exactly to this, but it might be a slight difference at times between let's just say the masculine and the feminine, that for guys, if they're attracted, they don't necessarily need to have a heart love connection for that attraction to want to be sexual. And I think that's just a thing. I don't think it makes a guy a bad guy. I think it can also be when there's not a love connection in his life, right? That's probably going to be an easier place at times to go. But if he's in front of you and there is a sort of real love connection to be had, then typically a guy looks at it a bit different, you know? So I think fairly early on, a guy's going to be thinking, is this more of a sort of sexual only connection, right? Is it more of a friend connection, or is it something that maybe I could see going somewhere? So, you know, how a guy makes that exact determination, I don't know if there's a logical process to that. I think it's also sometimes about the dynamic, right? So it's not just about him. It sometimes can be about the dynamic that exists between you and him, which I always like to say is above your pay grade, sort of meaning neither of you exactly gets to choose the dynamic, you know, the level of attraction, the way the sexual chemistry is, you know. So I think for you, it's just noticing if that's his principal energy that's coming towards you, right? If he's quickly sexual and if he doesn't care about building an emotional connection with you, you sort of know, okay, this guy is just looking at this as a sexual connection. I don't need to have that devalue me and my worth. I just need to know is what am I available for? And if I'm not available to that, right, which a lot of you are not going to want to be available to that, then you have your clarity and you have your boundary. And I'm saying that I don't think from the masculine side that it's about devaluing you all the time when that sort of thing is going on. There could be a way, right, where it's like I'm so much in a sexual gratification, objectification lens that I'm really not seeing anything else. That's possible. But I also think there's a thing where it's just like, wow, I feel quickly sexually attracted to you, but I don't get the sense that it's going to be more than that, right? Or sometimes there's a dynamic where there is a sort of emotional connection, but actually the stronger connection is the sexual one. And once it's sexual, there's actually not enough to bind the connection together. And sometimes this is where men wittingly or unwittingly hurt women. And it's not just that way, but perhaps it goes that way more often, where it's like, okay, well, I sort of held out and then we had sex once and now he's kind of disappeared, right? Now, it could be that was his sort of cold Machiavellian plot from the beginning. It's possible. It could also be that, you know, there was a strong sexual attraction, and once that's actually been explored, then there's, you know, it's almost like that has died down and now it's easy to see, oh, we don't actually really have a sort of heart or soul or deeper emotional connection, you know? So this is generally, if you just want kind of precepts, why it's kind of a good idea to not get sexual too quickly, right? But sometimes it can be confusing because you're like, well, I held out and, you know, we seemed to have a sort of connection and then we were sexual and then it dropped. Sometimes it's because of that thing, because actually you didn't have enough of a substantive connection in those other domains. Now, he may not be able to articulate that to you. And if it's a principally sexual connection for him, he might not say to you, look, I want to be sexual with you, but I've got to tell you, this is not a heart or soul connection for me, right? So this is a mostly physical thing. And, you know, do you want to do that or not? I'm not sure that most guys have that level of awareness or communication, or that they would necessarily see that it's their position or responsibility to communicate that, right? It might be like, well, we're both adults, and if we haven't made any promises or agreements to each other and we're deciding to be sexual, particularly if a guy is a little bit more of a thinker than a feeler, right? So as thinkers, it's more about explicit agreement. So if we don't have an explicit agreement, your sense that the vibe or the feel is that we're connected, and so how could you just be sexual and then kind of walk away, may not show up as particularly relevant or valid in his world, you know? And that can be confusing, right? I have had my own experiences of connecting with people who are more, let's say, I'm using Myers-Briggs terminology here, like more thinker than I am, as more of a feeler. And even though we haven't had explicit agreement, and I'm not even talking about sexual stuff, it's just about sort of what this is or what this isn't, to me, it seems like we're connected enough that it's strange that you might now want to go and be, you know, connected or intimate in a certain way with someone else. And the reply I'm getting is, but we don't have any explicit agreements. And I'm like, I get it, but isn't there like that felt thing where we've kind of been connected and hanging out and sharing and whatever? So I'm not making anyone wrong there. I'm just acknowledging there are differences. For some people, explicit agreements really matter. If you also have the T, right, and you're dealing with a guy, and let's say you're dealing with someone who's possibly a bit more on the avoidant side, who's going to be less likely possibly to want to feel entrapped in commitments, this might be even more expressed. So let's say, for example, you're a woman and you are more on the anxious, preoccupied side, and you're more of a feeler, or you're really looking for a strong emotional connection. Now, you guys might be worlds apart in your way of making meaning. And so it's easy to look across that void and sort of like call names, right? Or sort of like, well, you're heartless, or you're callous, or you're deceptive. It could be true, but it also could be true that we are parsing reality in such different ways that, you know, we might as well be speaking different languages. And what I take to be integrity is, did we have explicit agreements, right? It's sort of almost like a contract or negotiation way of reality. And you, and that would be like me in this instance, might be a little bit more in the, well, yeah, but what was the connection? What was the felt experience? What was it like to be together? I've talked to you about things that are really deep and meaningful for me. So it's weird that you just like kind of want to shut that down and shut it off. So again, we make minimum assumptions about the other person, and we check our assumptions out as much as we can. Even if the assumption is, I think we have an emotional connection. Like, what's your experience? How do you experience it? And that we can actually listen enough to hear what's true, you know, but sometimes we can even hear what's true. But if our emotions and heart are moving in a different direction, it can be really difficult. So, you know, I'm trying to find sometimes the most sort of inclusive, generous way of looking at people that have a different orientation than we do to reality. All right, let me say a few quick hellos. If you're joining us here live, thank you for being here. I appreciate you also popping some questions in. I'll see if I can get to some. Currently been doing pre-submitted questions. If you're here after the event, thank you also for being here. Bernadette is watching from Reno, Nevada. That's a place I've broached by several times. Gina is in England. Welcome. Tina is in Toronto. Welcome, welcome. Audra, welcome. DW, you're incredible. I love your content. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Joe is here from Orlando, Florida. It's one of the very first places I went to in the States a long time ago. All right, so let me just do something else quickly. So I recently put up a poll here on the channel. Thanks to those of you that have answered polls. It's actually been really enlightening for me to see, you know, what answers come back. I put up this poll. I most often want men to open up more, care more how I feel, be more consistent, or to be easier to understand. And the overwhelming majority of you answered be more consistent. So I'm imagining that you might also be having, some of you, a consistent experience of not experiencing the consistency of men, experiencing their inconsistency, and how that can be hurtful, disorienting, confusing. And yeah, I want to say, as a guy who has experiences of being consistent and who has experiences in the past of being inconsistent, I actually get it. And I apologize on behalf of anyone in a relationship. This isn't just men that do this, but maybe men do it more, and maybe women value that consistency in some ways more than most men. But there's an impact of that inconsistency. There's an impact of that hot and cold. And I understand, I think in a more embodied way than I did in the past, how that can be. So sorry if you've had that experience, and I like that you're wanting more consistency, and that perhaps you will trust yourself when you notice there isn't consistency in front of you, and say, this isn't for me. Ava's here from Finland. Hello, Ava, welcome. All right, let's dive in to another question here. I'm wondering how to handle my partner being needier than I. We've been friends for years, recently started dating. He wants to spend all of his time with me, and I've kindly told him I need downtime after work to unwind. I'm in the nursing field, and he usually understands. I feel I'm usually the one in the needy role and not used to this shift in dynamics. So thank you for the question. The first thing I want to say is I'm excited that you're experiencing a shift in dynamics, because quite often that points to a growth or a wakefulness that's come online, right? So if we're magnetized unconsciously into a particular role, right? In this instance, let's say the needy one, and now we're actually doing something else, it probably means we've distinguished that role, made it sort of clear to ourselves in a way that we haven't in the past. So I generally think, even if it's not obviously better, that dynamism is a good thing, right? Even if you think of you've got some kind of pain in your body, sometimes if it's shifting, that's a good sign. It's almost like we've got something to play with. So I understand what you're talking about. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to the need to downtime after work. And a lot of guys, bluntly, can also relate to that. right? That they actually want to have a time to themselves to kind of decompress before they come into some kind of connection. So it sounds like part of this could just be an acceptance play, right? Sort of meaning, you're probably seeing this clearly, that your partner is, so let's take it out of the language of needs for a moment. I'm going to put it into the language of connection and autonomy. So your partner is more in the polarity of connection, and perhaps you are more regularly, at least, or at times, in the polarity of autonomy, right? So if I'm understanding that correctly, that in and of itself doesn't have to be a problem. Not untypically, it can be the other way around when you relate with men, right? It can be that men naturally go a little bit more towards the autonomy, and women sometimes go a little bit more towards the connection. So one of the things that you can play with, if you understand that as a polarity, is at times, what might it be like for you to fight more for the connection polarity, right? So maybe you set up an experience where you know you guys are going to be connected for quite a period of time. Sometimes when you start fighting for the polarity that your partner typically occupies, it kind of breaks up the concretization of that dynamic becoming too static, that he's always Mr. Connection and you're always sort of autonomy, right? And I'm simplifying it, right? I'm not saying you're only in autonomy. I get that you want to connect with this guy, but just for the purposes of understanding this. So that's one option that's available to you. Another option is that this actually doesn't, in the long run, work for you, right? That actually you do better in a partnership where he's got a little bit more going on in his life, right? That he's in his autonomy, whether that's in his, career, expression in the world, friends, other purposes, spiritual life, etc. So, that is also possible. But the fact that this is new has me curious for you to stay here a little bit and see what becomes true for you. At our best, I think, and again, not always been the best at this myself. At our best, I think we don't want to have too much at our best, we don't have too much connection. No, don't listen to anything this guy's telling you today. At our best, we don't want to have too much judgment upon neediness, right? What we might want to get curious about is what happens in me when I experience you as needy, right? So the typical experience might be you're needy, you're clingy, you are bored, you can't occupy yourself, you can't, solve problems for yourself, or you don't really have your own life. Again, fill in the blanks. I may not be quite on the money for you, but some things like this. So let me say, well, so what's the problem with that, right? I know I might have an actual intuition here that, irrespective of me, your life would be better if you had more purpose and you had more stuff that was getting you up in the morning and you were more engaged, is probably the word, to be more engaged in your life. That could just be true. But let's also notice I'm getting a bit, frustrated and triggered here. So what is that? Now, that could be that I'm expressing boundaries that you're not honoring, right? So I've said, hey, I need some time to myself. I'm going to go, to my room or to our room, but I kind of just need half an hour to decompress, and I'd appreciate not being interrupted, right? And then I'm doing that, and 3 minutes later, there's a knock on the door, and suddenly, whether we have got enough tea bags has become an emergency, or, I'm kind of caricaturing, but you get the point, right? So it's like, I only really want to be interrupted if the house is on fire, sort of thing, right? So you can communicate that I'm really, treat me like I'm in a different state for this half an hour because I really want to be offline. I need that decompression. And again, that could just be an incompatibility that might not really work. That might not be, what works for the other person. But that's normally their work at that point, right? If you're actually being good and clear in your communication, and they can't be, can't be cast back upon themselves, right? They can't actually be with themselves. Normally, that's development, right? There's a reason that some teachers will say, to be in a more mature style of relationship, you have to have spent time on your own, right? Like if you can't be with yourself and you are always with other, there's just certain types of development, certain types of self-awareness and self-inquiry and distinguishing of personas and roles and defense patterns that's unlikely to have, been distinguished, unlikely to have been noticed by you, right? So sometimes you can accurately assess, when I'm criticizing this person for being needy, and maybe I could look at, is there a critical one in me, or am I disavowing some of my power or boundaries, be in that inquiry. I might also accurately be assessing, this person can't really be alone with themselves that much. And sometimes that's fine because there are two people in the world that don't want to spend much time on their own. And so they have a sort of a high connection relationship. Now, it might not be actual, deep, intimate connection, right? We could spend all day together, but never really be intimate. I'm not just talking about sex. I mean, just actually conversationally or somatically intimate, because, you know, we're watching TV together and we're doing everything but actually fully connecting. But a lot of relationships kind of work like that, right? And a lot of people didn't necessarily have the opportunity to develop certain skills and capacities in getting into that relationship, or just in what responsibilities and what their life path is. And some of us have different needs for that deeper style of connection anyway. So if it's true that your partner doesn't have an ability to be with themselves, that could be problematic in this more, you know, quote, conscious style of relating, using relationship as a path to wake up. You know, so that might just be true. You might ultimately get to the point where what works for you, and that also could be an act of love to the other person, is, I believe you need to spend some more time actually just being with yourself, you know. Or sometimes a guy might need to wake up. You know, so I sometimes have called this guy mergy guy, right? Mergy guy wants to be all about you, but not just in a way that's like, yeah, I love and champion you, but it's sort of like, well, where am I? You know, where's my life? Where are my priorities? Where's my engagement? Where's my gift getting contributed in the world? Where's my edge? Where's my men? Where's my community? Where's my health? Where's my foundation? Where's my income? All that stuff is a little like deprioritized, but I'm all about you, you know? So that's normally a problem, kind of in the sense you're accurately seeing, yeah, this person is a little disengaged from the truth of their own life. And, you know, frankly, for a lot of women, that's also going to be a problem, because that's not that attractive at a certain point, right? If you're the one that always has to say enough, you know, like, I need to go to work, you know, a lot of women aren't actually going to find that too attractive, because they like a guy that can, you know, has a backbone and a sense of self, and who, you know, takes his own life and contribution, all that stuff seriously, right? Because that's also attractive. So yeah, that's what comes online for me. I'm excited that you've got a new dynamic. I'm curious where you go. Feel free to loop back with me, and I wish you well. All righty, let's just pick another quick question here. I say quick question. You're saying, Jack, all the questions are quick, but your answers, they are somewhat long, I'll be honest. So let's see if I can do a quicker answer here. The question is, how to be authentic and grounded. I like both of those things, and there's a lot in there. I mean, in some ways you could say, you know, my entire YouTube channel has been devoted to this sort of question of how to be authentic and how to be more yourself and how to bring that into connections. Being grounded is normally about putting presence in your body and noticing when you get distracted by another center, right? So if we think of ourselves as a head center, a heart center, and a body center, then to put more attention in the body, what hijacks that? For someone like me, it would be that I'm getting up in my head, right? For a lot of us, that's going to be true. For some of us, it might be that we get emotionally reactive, and our kind of emotions take over in a way that sort of like dysregulates us and spins us out. And suddenly I'm not particularly present in my body. Right. So things that can help with this are doing physical practices, right? Yoga, lifting weights, dancing, running, sports, anything that's just, you know, physical practice. You know, if that's too much, you can do, you know, sort of bodily meditation, right? I would think of, I'm not super familiar with them, but, you know, Tai Chi or Qigong, or any kind of somatic practice, right? That basically means to do it, you've got to put attention in your body, right? Or go do something that has you lose breath, right? If you're running and you're out of breath, you've probably got to put attention in your body. There might be a limit to how many, you know, catastrophic anticipation thoughts you can have if you're physically struggling for your breath, right? Or go swim and include being underwater, or stuff like that just kind of forces you to be present with what's happening. And if you find it hard to do on your own, do something that's a partner practice, right? You know, find a dance partner, go dance together. You know, you'll start to notice, yes, of course, you're going to be on your head at times, but maybe you can bring your awareness back in. So that's what groundedness is. And I think authenticity is going to support that, right? The more grounded you are. I'll give you just an example from my own life. Like, I did a video, you know, it's coming up 2 years ago now. I did a reaction video to myself, right? It's a great act of narcissism, I guess. But really, I just wanted to show that, oh, I've changed a little bit over the years, and I can look back on previous videos with kindness and a little bit of, you know, self-deprecation. Notice, I sound incredibly heady. And at times I'm still incredibly heady, but there's a way that I occur to myself. There's a sort of cerebral thing that seems a little different now. And I think part of that is, at least at my best, I can bring more attention down, right, into my body. But that takes practice, and it doesn't always happen, right? Sometimes you can have another person, let's say you're in a relationship, just put their hands on your legs and on your feet and squeeze them as a way of bringing more presence into your feet, right? Because, you know, what's the opposite of being ungrounded? It's someone who's incredibly grounded, right? Boots on the ground, you know, no pie in the sky, feet on the floor, you know, realistic. So that's something that you can also practice with someone else. All righty, welcome if you just joined us or if you're here after the event. Thank you for being here. Super appreciate all these questions. I may have to pick up the pace a little bit because I've got a lot here that I'm going to try and get through. I won't obviously get to everyone's questions. I'll do my best. Ola from San Diego. It's a fun city. Hi from Germany. Welcome. Aziza. Welcome, Bernadette. Welcome, Ben. Thank you for being here. I've got another question. Could you talk about rebound? Is it possible that a man who is middle-aged starts serious but fades away in 4 months? Was it a lie or emotional unavailability or rebound? Why would someone who says he's serious leave so easily and even be angry and kind of blame the woman who just asked for equal involvement and reciprocation? So thank you for your share. And I totally get why this is a difficult experience. And I'm sure a lot of people listening right now can empathize and have possibly also had this experience. So at one level, it doesn't matter what the actual truth of his experience is. He's basically revealed to you who he is to you, right? So I try and make this super simple, and I say, is a guy a 0 or a 1? 1 doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be happily ever after. 1 just means his orientation towards you is a commitment style of orientation, right? He wants and is moving in the direction of a committed relationship. Everything that's not that, we call it 0, meaning 0.2, 0.4, 0.8, they're all actually 0 because it has to be 1 to really be a 1. Right. So this guy has actually, he looked a bit like a 1, didn't he? That's why it's confusing, because for those several months at the beginning, it seemed like he was probably a bit more on the 1 track, but actually is not. So we try not to get too rigid in our thinking about who's a 1 until we are several months in and down the line, right? Which is probably 6 to 9 months, sometimes longer. Because there is this phenomenon, right? I kind of came up with this phrase drop-off guy to describe a guy who's, you know, he's looking pretty good, you know, and then he drops off, right? His interest drops off. Now, could it be that he was lying to you and that he's, you know, married to someone else, or he's, you know, met someone that he didn't tell you about? That is possible. But it's also quite possible that just a lot of guys are going to have this pattern because actually, you know, life, the universe isn't supporting an ongoing relationship between you, right? That's not actually what is really available here to move it into a more committed style of thing, right? Yes, commitment takes effort, but it's much easier to be committed to something that you want to be committed to, right? That you're already engaged and passionate about. So if he doesn't have that level of engagement and passion after 3 months, he's declared who he is to you. And obviously it's confusing, but you can practice this where you actually suspend belief about what the connection is. You just notice, I'm enjoying it and I want more of it and I want to see him, but I'm not actually imagining that he is serious. Now you say, but when he says he's serious, that's even more confusing. And I totally get it. Totally get it. Ideally, as guys, we wouldn't say we're serious when we're not serious. Now, if I, for a moment, give a generous interpretation of that, he might have somehow believed he was serious. Right? Meaning you might have inspired in him that sort of sense of, wow, you know, here's a woman that I could imagine being serious about, right? Or he may have had really compelling feelings of love. You know, one of the things I've had to learn, and in difficulty in my life, and I've had to learn it again and again, as if like the universe is like, hey buddy, do you want to get it this time? So I can look at someone, right? I can look at a woman, let's put it in this context, and I can see the love in her eyes. Now that love in her eyes may be personal to me, but it oftentimes is not. Sort of meaning some people, their true essence is love. Now you might say, well, that's the true essence of every person, maybe. But there's also sort of specific expressions, right? So some people have a more like warrior expression. Some people maybe have, I'm talking archetypically here, some people have more scholar. Some people you can just see their essence is to love. And so when I'm in the presence of someone like that, I often feel their love, and that can feel really amazing. Now, that's a different thing than should this be someone that is going to be a good person to relate to ongoing. But it often, even though I know this stuff and I study it and I talk about it, it can take me quite a while to realize that that's what's going on, because it's almost like that's just the unconscious pattern, right? That's the attraction, the unconscious attraction pattern that can be happening. So you may evoke this sometimes in guys where they're like, wow, yeah, this person, guy, I feel so much love in my heart. That surprises me, right? I might have had all these sort of casual connections where I haven't, and they've mostly just been light or dating or sexual. But wow, you actually, I get a little bit more of like a love or soul connection with. That can be confusing, right? I'm saying that's confusing to me as someone who cares about this, who probably has above average awareness of it. So a guy who's never thought about this or who doesn't have that kind of awareness, it could be that that's confusing to him. Now, when you drop off as a guy, whether you admit it to the woman in front of you, you typically feel bad, right? Certainly if you're someone who's capable of, shame and being impacted by the impact you have on other people. So mostly as guys, what we're going to do there is we're going to go into rationalization, right? So if I'm going to get a little bit angry at you, that's one way that I can feel a little bit less, cognitive dissonance about the fact that, I was sort of doing this with you and now I've done this. And so the reason I've done this, I'm going to maybe make it a little bit more about you. Now, it could be that, we got into a deep conversation and you revealed that, you want to be seeing me, 6 nights out of 7. And actually that doesn't work for me. Ideally, if that were true, I could let you know, right? We could have an actual revealed conversation about that. Sometimes, as I've done videos on this, guys, and it's not just guys, but in this instance, we're talking about guys, have a different investment strategy, meaning I'm going to be serious about the thing until I'm not. Now, you might be the other way around. You're like, that's a stupid way. Why would you be serious until you're not? Well, that's how some guys are into, and it might not just be relationships. It might be anything that they think they're into. Let's say you're going to work for a company and you've got 3 months probation, right? You might approach that career job as if that's, I'm really here. But after 3 months, either side may decide, actually, we're not into it, right? You can start to put these sorts of containers around dating if it serves you. But I think what will serve you even more than that is not getting attached to who the guy is in front of you and not getting too seduced by his words. This is particularly hard if your love language is words of appreciation, because you hear a guy saying, I'm serious about you, and you want to take it at face value. Now, at one level, wouldn't it be great if you could take that at face value? But I've just got to share from all my experience of working with people. When we are falling in love with people, we are often high, right? So I'm using an expression from drugs to make the point. We're often out to lunch. We are romantically infatuated. We've got all sorts of projections. We've got, the things that we don't like about ourselves. That's kind of dissolving because I'm so into you. I notice everything that's similar about us. I discount everything that's different. That's going to be a problem and a challenge down the line. And, some people say, well, that's the universe's genius, right? It's trying to hoodwink us into procreation. So it kind of casts the spell. I don't know all the whys and wherefores. I just know that is a thing. Until you get through romantic infatuation, you don't really see clearly what's in front of you. And that process for most people takes multiple months. So that's difficult, because by the time you've been connecting to a guy, particularly if you've opened up emotionally and sexually, you're not going to be in a position where it's just like, oh, sorry, 6 months, you started to drop off, and that's going to be easy for you. That's probably going to be hard, but that's one of the reasons why you take it slow. And seriousness comes from consistent actions through time, kind of backed up by, integrating a little bit into each other's lives, friendships, careers, all of that. Even when that all happens, I've had this experience. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to fully last. That can be true, but at least we've seen that there's a desire to be consistent. That is not just, I'm serious about you, right? I've sometimes made people laugh, because I've said, when people say I love you early in a connection, it could be that that's true for them, right? What could sometimes be more true, even though it's not very sexy, is to say there is love here right now. Meaning, in this moment, my heart is expanded. I am feeling a lot of love for you, or I'm experiencing a lot of your love. And maybe that will be true this time next year. But until it is, maybe we don't need to know. Maybe we can just stay in the moment and enjoy. This is a loving moment. But it's so easy, because those experiences are rarefied experiences to the mundaneness that most of us, I think, experience in our day-to-day lives. it's hard to not make a ton of meaning out of that, right? If I've just been going along in my life, just kind of, I don't know, trying to get through this weird COVID season, right? And suddenly someone in front of me, boom, and my heart expands and I'm like alive in a way that I haven't experienced. Wouldn't it be easy to create some kind of narrative about that? Particularly if the other person starts saying, I feel really serious about you, which they might be saying because you've just like rocked their world. So some of this I'm trying to say to actually make you feel better, not that I need to do that, but just to say it's not all the time that a guy is inspired to say I'm serious. Now, he could be dark triad, right? He could be kind of Machiavellian, deceptive. That's possible. But I think the more you dial your intuition, the more it's easy to see that. If it's not that, it could be, wow, he just got a bit hoodwinked, right? I'm sure you might have had experiences where, you know, even being on a group program, I used to run a lot of in-person group programs. And at the end of those 3 days, people were generally more heart open and connected than they were in their day-to-day lives. So they would say incredible things. They would feel very loving and connecting. It's hard to recreate that ongoingly. It's not untrue. When someone at the end of the program just says, I love all you guys, it's not untrue, but that doesn't mean that, you know, a year from now when you've got a broken leg, I'm going to, you know, stand by you and, you know, look after you day in, day out. You know? So I think you get my point, right? There's a way that we can look at this that doesn't necessarily have to focus on him too much and make him wrong. We can just say, take it with a grain of salt. Sober is sexy. Time is your friend. Let's see. Enjoy it in the moment, right? Treat it like in this moment. I love that he said he's serious about me. I love hearing that. It's actually really, wow, that's impacted me. But when I wake up tomorrow, as best as I can, right? And it might be that I don't even know your experience of this. I might be occurring to you right now as a sort of like, I'm in my logical mind. And you know, how can you actually do that when a guy says he's serious and you start falling in love? You can't just kind of turn that off the next day. But I do think there is this thing that goes alongside the falling in love, which I've called castles in the sky, where we start to like project and connect all these dots kind of going forward, and little things he said, and he started to leave his, you know, underwear at my house, and this must mean this. And we just try to do that. And that's a great spiritual practice for most of us anyway, right? The fewer types of meaning that we unconsciously or sort of untruthfully or unknowingly make, generally the better off we are. You know, back to the previous thing, how to be grounded. It's not building those castles in the sky. So it's hard for me to say what any particular guy is motivated by. Certainly, when you know that a guy has recently been out of a significant connection, we've got to imagine that rebound could be part of the territory. And sometimes that's the reason to stay a companion with that guy and not actually allow sort of lovership, romantic, sexual thing to develop. Like, you know, be a friend to him, enjoy the time, but that won't always upgrade. And statistically, as I see it, it doesn't tend to upgrade into a more consistent form of partnership. All righty. So I also just want to let you know there's a link beneath this video. If you haven't downloaded my free guide, the guy checklist guide, this is just 9 simple steps you can run any guy through just to get a sense of, does he look like he's investing from his side? And in the way that I'm sharing here, that it can be difficult to be sober and objective, I'm sort of saying, hey, let me be your support system in that. Bernadette says, I'm the happiest I've ever been and wanted to say thank you. Well, that's awesome. I love hearing that, and happy if I've contributed in any small way to that. MD, I listened to all your videos. Still so hard to move on from a guy who reconnects after years, initiates physical, disengages without clarity. He was so good to me. Will answer, but not me. How to accept? Yeah, I mean, sometimes the way out of that is actually to not allow the reconnections, because it ends up just being so confusing, right? And so when they look at breakups, right, the grief that people go through when it's a significant connection or a meaningful love connection, right? It is similar than someone dying, right? And most of you listening have probably had someone in your life die, right? And so you'll know that that's a really difficult experience. So the thing that's hard about this is that you're going to go through that, but this person didn't die because they're like, hey, how's it going? And so they come back. And so it's almost like this kind of perpetual grief cycle that you're never able to fully complete, because you're sort of like, is it different this time? Oh, and then every little thing, you know, like, oh, he texted me a bit quicker, so maybe he's a bit more into it, or he said a slightly different thing. So sometimes you have to look at that soberly and saying, this is heartbreaking because I love this guy, or I at least have a lot of respect or enjoy his connection. And so it feels hard that I'm the one that's going to say, you don't get to be in my life. But if he's going to take years of your life keeping you in a grief cycle, that's not great. That's not great for you. And it's not actually great for him, So sometimes the best you can do is be a hard no. Sometimes you can say, I can meet you occasionally for coffee as a friend. But I've also seen lots of instances where people can't do that. It's just not available. If they're being really truthful, they can't go for the casual coffee with the guy and not remember what it was like to be closer to him, to be physical with him, to imagine a future with him. So sometimes you have to actually be the sort of the bearer of, and maybe I'd even use this expression, masculine clarity, right? I'm not saying that all clarity is masculine, but just ideally a guy can bring some of that to a connection, right? And in this instance, when a guy keeps looping back, he's not, right? And by the way, to be that guy, I'm even thinking of, connections that I feel like I've prematurely cut off, where it's felt kind of premature, but I also know, it's not going to be serious and you want something serious. So I can actually see that. But do I want to lose this person? Like never see them again? No. Geez, it's easy for me to feel connected to people. I've met people on the top of a mountain and started to feel sad because I know I'm never going to see this person again. And they're really cool. It doesn't even have to be a romantic thing. So as a guy who's probably higher on a desire to connect than most men, I know that this stuff is really hard, even if it's the best for the other person, right? So it's just sometimes realizing if the guy's not going to do that for you, and if I were coaching a guy, I might push on him and say, okay, I get it. This woman's hard to let go of. She still occupies mind share. She's sort of a little bit like a siren to you, right? She's kind of she's seducing you. Even if she's not trying to, you can't move on. But if you say that you love her, man, you got to let her go, right? Because part of love isn't just, what do I want and I'm attracted to you. Part of love is ideally what's in the highest interest of the other person. And it's not in her highest interest that you keep coming back in her life and destabilizing the whole thing. And nothing's changed. Now, if you've gone to the cave and you went to India and found enlightenment and you understand that now you want to be with this woman and you get that you in the past were kind of being immature about it, and now you can show up in a different way, all the power to you, son. Let's see it. See if you can make that happen. But if that's not really available, then you're being a cameo, you're being a part-time player, excuse my French, but you're kind of effing with her. You may not mean to. And I have to say this, when I coach people sometimes, it's like, he's mind effing you and he doesn't even know it. And he doesn't even know that that's his intention, but that's the impact. And so if that's what's happening and he can't draw the clarity, sometimes you've got to, and you've got to grieve it. And you might feel harsh, or sometimes you just have to remember the good memories and just, and almost like as a prayer, just imagine him and you're kind of blessing him and wishing him well. And you hope that he finds someone that he maybe does want to do that with, or he finds his clarity, or I'm using India to sort of mean like he goes to find himself, so to speak. That might be available, but I don't really know any other path. And sometimes that's just hugely inconvenient because we basically have these I'm using this 0-1. We have these connections that aren't full ones, but that doesn't mean they're not real connections in another way, right? I'm using the 1 to force if you say you want commitment, sometimes you just have to make a stand for that. But it will mean you let go these guys who are 0.8, 0.7, 0.6, and you might have a real connection with them. They might make you laugh. You might have a great old time when you're together. You might be fun. You might have an amazing physical connection. You might have all sorts of things. You might have a real soul connection. But if I have a soul connection with you, but I'm an inconsistent presence in your life, that's not the feminine flourishing, right? And it's probably not the masculine flourishing. And, for convenience right now, I'm just saying the guy's got the masculine, you've got the feminine, right? Most women are going to need some kind of container or stability or commitment in order to get to those more open, juicy places that you want to, that sometimes you need to be in a relationship to get there. Some places it's just hard to get on your own, as a guy or as a woman. Do you get what I'm saying with that? And as a guy, if you're an inconsistent presence in a woman's life, you might be able to do better in this cycle. That might all be that you can do. So you might say, well, why don't I go do that in a place, ideally, where it's not actually mind challenging someone, right? Someone else might be like, yeah, you know what? Like I've been in a long-term relationship and I actually don't even know if I want to be in a relationship. I would just love a guy to go for dinner with, or, you go on the dating apps. I mean, maybe you don't see it from this side if you only put in dating men, but there are plenty of women that's what they want. They're like, I don't need you to be my king. I don't need you to move in with me. I don't need you to make a commitment to it. I just would like a guy who sometimes wants to have some fun with me. It doesn't even need to be physical necessarily. I want company. I want companionship, right? So let that guy go and do it with someone else. But, life is not always straight edged, and it's sometimes connections are confusing, and it's not even obvious. Why is the universe bringing this into my life? Because this is a whole load of pain. Sometimes we learn from heartbreak, right? Sometimes we learn our deepest lessons. I did a post about this recently. Like, what did you learn most from in life? Meditation, seminars, books, blah, blah, blah. Pain. That was the number one thing, pain. We often wake up through pain. And sometimes it's you just saying, you know what? I've actually got to take my stand, because I keep saying I want this committed relationship, but I let the rebound guy or kind of, prodigal returner guy come back into my life, or I've got a surfer dude, and I love surfing. I'm not a surfer. I've tried it. I'm not very good at it, but I love surfing. So I'm not down on surfer guys, but I'm using that as just a sort of an archetype, because I've met some of these guys and they're like, yeah, when it's a change of season, I'm going to go where the best surfing is. That's not easy to partner with that kind of guy, right? So sometimes you have to love that you love that kind of guy, but also get a little bit crisp and clear in your own mind about what is actually going to serve you. Michelle says, this is exactly what I'm going through now. Yeah, I think this is... it's super common, and it's not always easy, as the guy, just to put it back in there, if you're a guy and you miss someone and you think, oh, can't we just have a connection? It's not always sinister that you're reaching out. It's not always that you're trying to be the mind F person, but sometimes you just have to be honest if that's what's really going on. All righty. I want to thank you for these super chat donations to the channel. I really appreciate that, DW. Thank you very much. And let's see what you got to say here. Divorced mom of son with special needs. Dating seems complicated. Main sources online because of this. Guys who don't mind reveal damage or problematic. Others ghost. I reveal up front. How can I avoid this? Secure attachment style, by the way. Yeah. Well, thanks again for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. I think you're having a common experience that online dating does feel complicated to a lot of people, right? I'm not sure that online dating is necessarily added to the quality of dating that's happening, but it also is only getting bigger in the sense, they say by 2035, 50% of ongoing relationships will have started online. So I think it's here to stay. I get your situation. Yeah, you've got some specificities to your situation. It seems like the issues, you saying you're being clear, like, hey, this is who I am, this is what I am, this is what I'm offering. And some guys don't reveal up front that they're not actually into that. Am I getting that right? And then maybe at some point they ghost. I don't know how you can avoid being ghosted. Right. And I don't mean that to sort of create like despair or hopelessness. I tend to think of it more as if we can accept that that is going to be part of the terrain, that I'm not going to energize it, and I'm going to practice not taking it personally. Right. That there might just be people who, the first few texts, it looks good. Right. I know lots of people have this experience. First few texts are good. And now we're meeting up, but then the person doesn't come to the meeting up. It's like, well, what's that all about? Right? Or we have the meeting set up and now suddenly they've got to do like a big work trip. Okay, but now they're not taking much initiative to rearrange. So you're going to find all sorts of dynamics on dating apps. Most of us don't give the dating app a high quality of attention. That's one of the kind of issues. So it's sort of a distracted, late at night, mildly horny sort of energy for a lot of people. So it's just sort of knowing that's part of the course. Part of the course, but it's part of the terrain. So as I see it, it's sort of like, yeah, crime happens. We can't fully avoid it. Yes, we might notice like, okay, don't go to those places on your own. Don't go to those places late at night. Be more visible. There are certain things. But actually, we just want to put our attention on, well, what has me feel more safe, right? So in this instance, how can I notice when someone ghosts? I'm going to give it the least energy, and I'm going to focus on the places where something seems to be developing. I like that you're revealing up front the things that matter to you. And people have different styles. I think for some people, and I have sympathy with this, that you don't really know what's on the other end of those dating apps. There's lots of fake accounts. There's lots of scammers. There's catfishes. There's all sorts. It's the Wild West out there. So maybe people on their profile don't always just give you every single thing that's going on in their life. I think that's okay. I think once you actually start to form a connection, that's also where you can just sort of clarify, hey, this is what I'm looking for. Why are you on this app? What are you into? How serious are you about dating? This is my situation. Does that work for you? And I get it in your situation. Even getting on a date might be a lot of energy investment with all the demands that you have going on. Maybe that becomes a virtual thing for you to do the first thing, the first date. But that's the way that I look at it. I've sometimes just used a business sort of metaphor here because I had a previous business mentor who was super successful, didn't have to spend time meeting with people if he didn't need to, but generally had a thing of I'll go for coffee with someone. And in the going for the coffee, if he quickly realized, okay, this is sort of a joker, like this person doesn't really have a genuine business or a genuine business question or something that's investable, then, you just take your coffee to go. Right. So you don't owe someone that you have to sit with them for an hour. You can make a discernment in, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour that actually, be nice to meet you, but I don't see this going anywhere and I want to value your time or mine. We can also do that virtually. So I don't know if that is so much of the issue. Because basically in life, I think we get a lot of what we focus on, right? That's sort of like a basic personal development tenet. So if I'm overly focused on narcissists or cheaters or mergy guy, drop-off guy, in this instance, breadcrumber or ghoster, the danger is that I'm overly energizing that and I'm not energizing, well, what am I looking for, right? I'm looking for a guy who wants commitment. I'm looking for a guy who's ready to be in relationship. I'm looking for a guy that has some emotional availability, right? I'm looking for a guy who's maybe been in a relationship or two and knows a thing about it, has been around the block and kind of knows what he wants or knows what his strengths are or what his liabilities are. So really we want to focus mostly on what we want and not let the other things draw too much attention. At the moment, I guess, relatively lucky. I get a lot of positive feedback on my channel, but I always get some people who don't like what I do, who aren't into my stuff. And sometimes I could get warped into like putting too much focus on that and sort of miss. But, the vast majority of the impact seems to be helpful. That's what I want to be helpful. If someone needs to drop by and let me know that they don't like it, fine, or whatever. But do you know what I mean? It's you don't want to focus on that. I think you want to focus on what could be here and what's actually what do I want authentically. Let me know if I'm helping there. I let me know if there's any other kind of facet to that. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Tian, am I getting that right? Thank you also for your super chat. Super appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you for doing that. I'm into consciousness, positive social and environmental change, animal rights and veganism. Many in online dating don't share these. Do I focus on meeting people at groups, organizations with similar values? Yeah, and it sounds like the right way of proceeding to me. I'm generally a fan of people staying flexible in their approach, so it's sort of like what works. So if you find something that is working, not necessarily working, meaning you're always getting into long-term dating, but just you're meeting the kinds of people where you're like, I'm interested in these guys, right? If you date guys, I'm interested in these guys. I want to get to know them more. I definitely think go into, networks, associations, groups, organizations, contexts where you meet people that have similar values is good. There's also a deeper cut of this, which sometimes can be hard to distinguish, is, what some people and I would call worldview, right? So in some ways, the values that you're pointing to here, I could say they're postmodern values, right? A desire to be more conscious, caring for the environment, caring for animals, veganism. So there could be someone who's not actually equally into these specific facets of postmodernism, let's say, but who actually has that way of making meaning, right? They care about their interiority. They're on an inner journey. They care about their impact socially and environmentally. Said differently, I could be making meaning not from that place, but my mum happened to be a vegan, so I kind of grew up vegan. And so maybe I get it, but maybe it's also just sort of, I didn't have to choose it. Like from an inward, outward stance, I do it because it sort of was, you know, social pressure, let's say. And maybe you distinguish that pretty quickly. But I'm saying there are ways that this can go down that don't always match your exact interests. But someone who's like, wow, I'm not a vegan, but I totally get why you are. And yeah, maybe I'm willing to be on that journey, you know. So there might just be people that have an openness and open-mindedness about your values. Trying to think if there's any other places that come to mind. I mean, there's plenty of people who appreciate the outdoors, right? So the outdoors isn't always the same thing as, you know, championing environmental change, but for people who want to, you know, protect the natural environment, there's lots of places you can meet outdoorsy kind of people, you know, hikers and walkers and ramblers, bikers, cyclists, etc. The other thing that I often talk to people about, right? So there's what I call our aspirational values, right? So the things that we sort of aspire, like if I said to you, give me your top 5 values, and you said consciousness, you know, positive social impact, environmental change, animal rights, veganism. So they're all things, and maybe they're aspirational in the sense you've already embodied them. They're really just truly living in you. But they're sort of the positive things that you're kind of aspiring towards. We all also have a bunch of what I call unconscious values, things that really shape us, drive behavior, particularly drive behavior in intimate connections, that we may not be able to distinguish in this same way, or that we may not sort of admit to ourselves are big formers of how we are. Another way of thinking about that is sort of what happens when we're under stress. You know, so one of the ways that I think about this is through the Enneagram. The Enneagram has these 3 instincts. It's not only the Enneagram that talks about these instincts, lots of other kind of spiritual traditions do. But we call them the self-preservation, the social, and the sexual instinct. And I'm not going to go into them in length here, but just to say they are different ways that shape what we put attention on. And so you sometimes can find couples that have the same dominant instinct find it a little easier because they're going to sort of prioritize the same thing under stress. They're going to sort of prioritize the community and the group, or are they going to be much more like us first? And if we're okay, then we go to the group and the family. Am I going to prioritize my physical needs? So that can just be something to pay attention to, that you might find someone who has the same big five aspirational values, let's say, but actually their unconscious values are a little different than yours. And so when sort of push comes to shove, what they think is most important is a little different than what you think is most important. So that's just something to be aware of when we talk about values. It's not just, you know, in the same way, right? I'll put it in a different context. When a company comes on the TV and says, these are our values, maybe they are. Maybe you're aspiring towards that, right? But does that mean that everything that happens in that company is always fed through those first 5 values? You know, what happens if you've just lost $500 million of shareholder value? Do you still put those first 5 values first? Maybe you do, but maybe you also don't, right? Maybe there are other unconscious organizational biases that are happening. So keep an open mind about it. All right, I'm going to go here just to a submitted question. Thanks to all of you that sent me questions. I've read them all. I won't be able to get to all of them, but we had some really great questions here. So a man at work I only see once a week because I'm only there once a week has stared at me and he's looking for an opportunity to approach me. What would he likely be asking? I'm 20 years older than him, but everyone thinks I'm mid-40s. So I don't know, but I get the sort of tone of this is, why is this guy staring at me? What's this guy's interest? Like, what's his intention for me? And it also seems like he's not really making a move, right? He's not really coming up and saying hello or asking you on a date or getting to know you, right? So, you know, I'm a fan of sort of simplicity and sobriety, right? Sometimes this could be seen as being a little unsexy because it takes a little bit of the mystery out of things. But I've also seen that mystery can go both ways. You know, we all need a level of mystery. I think our own existence in this universe is somewhat mysterious to most of us a lot of the time. And when mystery starts to lead to, like, I'm putting a lot of mental and emotional resources into something that may just be nothing, that's where it can get a little bit dangerous. So I wonder what it would be like for you to actually take your desire towards this guy, just sort of, you know, maybe in a playful way, right? Would you want to be playful or even a little kind of like provocative or flirtatious with him, right? You could, I don't know, you could tell him that, you know, if he's going to continue to stare, there's actually a charge for that, right? Or you could tell him, you know, I don't know, did your mom not teach you not to stare at people? You could basically say something that just presences that he's staring at you. And it's sort of giving him a green light opportunity to say, hey, I'm also being playful with you. So if you want to say hello, this is the chance. And if he doesn't take it, in kind of dating parlance, you've given him a little bit of a green light and he's not willing to kind of step up to that. I'm not a fan of spending a huge amount of time on these things because I've seen variations of this question that run along time dimensions that I find almost a bit baffling, but there's also almost a bit of sadness in me, right? Where someone might say, there's a guy at work and for months or years, he's always at the photocopier when I'm there, or he always gets the coffee at the same time. Now, it could be this is a painfully shy guy. And, I've been shy at times in my past. I can sort of relate to that. But it may also not be anything, right? Or it may be that, if he's a shy guy, you can just kind of open the door to connection because that's a little easier for you to do, rather than potentially sort of ruminating for years thinking there's a thing and actually there's not. Or even if there is, the guy's never going to act on it. And if the guy's never going to act on it, it's almost the same as if it doesn't exist anyway, So I think take a risk. If you don't know what to say to him, you could just like collapse in front of him, right? See if he wants to save you. You could trip yourself up and be in front of him. You could, do you know what I mean? There's ways that you can just sort of insert yourself a little bit more into his reality to kind of see, is this guy actually is he gonna respond? Or you could say something authentic, like, I think you've been looking at me. I noticed that. I actually like it. And I'm curious about you. Do you want to grab a coffee sometime? Now, ideally, you might want the guy to make the first move, but you might also not want to give up months and years of your life wondering, is he going to make the first move? So, I also feel a little bit of freedom. If you initiate to open the door, that doesn't then mean that the guy never has to initiate, right? So if you've opened the door for a shy guy, let's say, but he never then initiates, that might not work for you. But sometimes it might be that it's a little bit getting over the hump. I can look at, in some of my earlier days, maybe it's still true in some ways, just that the getting over the hump thing was difficult for me in some ways. Like it didn't feel safe until it did. But then if those feelings have been building, then actually things could possibly progress a bit faster because I've actually been thinking about it for a while. I mean, I remember actually, I sort of joke, I need to do a video on this sometime. I remember saying to this woman back in the day, how are you with physical affection, right? Sort of meaning, if I go to kiss you, are you going to accept it, right? Are you interested? But I framed it in this like beautiful sort of cerebral, philosophical, detached way that just confused her. She didn't even know what I was talking about, So yeah, sometimes there's guys, and I'm not even the most, like, there's definitely guys that are more cerebral, more introverted and other things than I am, for sure. So yeah, if it takes a little bit of playful banter to get him into the conversation. What's your authentic experience? That's what I'm also interested in. Do you feel curiosity, engagement? Do you feel afraid? Are you afraid of making a mistake? Like, it's easy to get sort of fixated a little bit over there. What happens if you stare back at him? I guess playfulness is what comes up for me. I'm curious how that's landing with you. Another question. This guy I've been involved with very closely and had a thing with for the last 10 months. He suddenly stopped initiating contact. It's been 10 days and we used to talk 5 times a week. I'm hurt and angry. If he contacts me out of the blue, and I'm almost sure he will, what's the best way to maintain my dignity, look attractive, so he chases again, even if I don't, quote, take him back, quote, and remain true to myself? My authentic self loves him, but he doesn't want me, obviously. So here are the options. A, let him know I'm displeased. And we've got A1, which would be via coldness, or A2, which would be via anger. So I'm sounding British now, and I should via coldness, via anger, via, I don't know. I learned Latin. They don't teach you how to speak it though, do they? It's just written. I always love how Americans say via though. It seems so like, I'm going to go to Boston via train. It just sounds impressive. I almost think it's how Brits sometimes occur to Americans, where there's sort of words that Brits use that Americans don't. They're like, oh, it sounds so proper. I'm like, oh, you went via car? That almost sounds like you got a limo to take you there. All right, I digress. So we can let him know we're displeased, either with coldness or anger, or hurt or sadness, or a combination. Or we can walk away and act friendly like I don't care. Either way, I have to walk because it's painful as it is. But which method will leave me with most closure? So I like this last sentence, which message will leave me with most closure. I like that you're actually taking sort of ownership of the importance of that, right? Because a big thing about this is what is going to allow you to move on, walk away most cleanly. You know me, I'm a fan where possible, if we can make a more than less authentic communication. So there can be a question, does everyone sort of deserve your authentic communication, right? Sort of meaning if a guy is kind of done a ghosting, does he deserve it? That's up to you. I don't think you sort of owe him something if he's been ghosting you. But sometimes there is a power in actually claiming your authentic expression for you, right? Not for him. That this is actually just true for me to say. So, you could reveal the impact. Where possible, I would keep it more succinct. I don't think you need to give him paragraphs. I think it could be just a few sentences. I've noticed you've dropped off. That's been hard for me. It's felt painful and I felt confused. I know I want a committed style of connection, and this is now clear to me that we don't have that. So I'm actually not going to want to continue the connection, and I feel a little sad, but that's what's true for me. Now, you don't need to say it the way I'm saying it. I might be a little bit off of what's true for you. And, it's always better to, this is easy for me to say because I'm not in the experience of this guy has just ghosted me, right? So you're likely to have higher feelings, more trigger, more uncertainty and all of that. So it's not about trying to get it perfect. It's just some essence of here's something that's true for me. And therefore, because there's a thing I want that you can't offer, I'm actually going to have to say no to this. I'm not a fan of trying to do that through sort of coldness or anger. Anger could be part of your authentic expression here, but quite often the anger will also be coming over the top of the sadness or the hurt. So if the hurt is primary, I would probably go with that. And I like you making the declaration, right? So that's the other thing I want to say here. What stood out to me when I read this is if he contacts me out of the blue, because we can actually take that off the table if it's going to serve you, right? So you can make the declaration, therefore I'm not in contact, therefore I'm actually asking you not to be in contact with me, and I won't be replying if you were to be. So it sort of takes that off, because I've seen this pattern a lot where I don't know if it's from just wanting to stay a little bit open in case something changes, or a sort of almost like a sort of pride that I shouldn't have to do the closure if he's the one that's ghosting. But I think it can leave you in this less true and powerful position, because then suddenly you kind of get the random text, right? And maybe you get it on a night where you're feeling lonely or you miss him, and suddenly you haven't made that declaration. So then you maybe say, well, how are you? And then you're sort of a little bit back in the connection, and then you're a little bit back in the connection. It would feel kind of weird to suddenly say, okay, well, thanks for telling me about your life. Bye, never contact me again. That's going to seem a bit strange. So I like it that you actually make the declaration. There's it's not quite this. There's a fancy thing they're called speech acts. Speech acts are acts of speech that actually change things sort of materially in the world, right? So if a judge says, I sentence you to 6 months in jail, that statement, that speech is an act that actually means something in the world. I think there's a declaration that's important to make, to say, hey, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. You could be in, out, in, out, hot, cold, round the block, out of the country, in the country, keen on me, not keen on me. All of that is basically zero in this simple view of reality. And I'm naming it, I'm calling it. And that's hard for me because I actually love you, or I care about you, or, and you can or cannot say that. It's fine. I don't think you have to reveal everything. I don't think you owe him that, but just something that's true to you. But the getting to the declaration seems to make it easier for people, because then in the sort of quote moment of weakness, you've actually made it clear where you stand. And so if he then texts you, you don't actually need to reply. Or you could just say, see above, I've let you know where I stand, right? So it's sort of like, when people are like on the TV, right, and they kind of get drawn on a question and they're just sort of like, talk to my lawyer, or no comment. And it's a little bit frustrating, but it's sort of like, actually that's the boundary, and I'm not going to get drawn on this. So I'm not going to be sort of telling you like some of how my day was, because I can't just have you in my life in that way. And that's maybe unfortunate, but it's sort of true. All right, let me just come back to the chat here and see if we have any questions here coming through live here. Julia says, I've been asked, let me see, can I? Oh, look at that technology. I've been asked out for lunch by a guy I chatted to a few times at my local shop. I like him, but I don't fancy him. How do I turn him down gently? So again, I think done is better than perfect. And the fact that you care enough to think about this, and you care enough to like ask it in the forum like this. So I think you could probably trust that your kindness is already present. And so I don't think you need to necessarily get too wound up about having to do it super gently. Like, I think you already have a sort of gentleness is what I'm saying. Effectively what we're looking for is this integration, I think, of being truthful, but also caring about the connection, right? So you're basically, I think one part of this is whether you want a friendship with him, right? Because if that is true, sometimes that's a little easier on the off ramp, right? So you say it your way and you'll say it better, but something like, I've enjoyed connecting with you. I've been starting to see this more recently as more of a friendship than, a romantic connection. But I would like to continue to get to know you as a friend, right? So if that's true, that's okay. That's a sort of positive statement of where I see things going. If that's not true, then you don't necessarily need to include the thing about friendship. You can just say, I'm not really feeling this as a romantic connection. You're basically owning your experience, and I think you're not really putting it on them, right? So you're not saying, well, because you don't make enough money, or because you're ugly, or because you don't go to the gym, or because I don't, think you're spiritual enough, or because blah, blah, blah. And I'm not saying they would be the things, but you get the point. I don't want to be in a relationship with you. You're actually just owning your experience. Like, I'm not really feeling this. I'm not getting the sense that this is going to be a romantic thing for me. I don't feel drawn to continue to pursue this as a sort of relationship possibility. And it's okay. It might sting a little, but it's sort of okay. That's part of the dating terrain for all of us, and particularly for men, right? Most men are more interested in more women than are interested in them. So that's, unless you're like, sort of like a top 1% kind of guy when it comes to, resources often, if we're being blunt about it. But yeah, you're going to be used to that. So, you were willing to chat with him a few times. That might be a win over this person that, doesn't even match with him or isn't interested to talk with him. So there may also be an opportunity in here for you, right? So we could frame this as, how can we be gentle with him? But we could also frame it as, how do we have it easier for you to say something that's truthful about your experience? And so anytime you're practicing in that dimension, you're going to be dealing with, oh God, I feel bad. I feel maybe some guilt, or I want to be super gentle. But actually some of that could also be sort of your own programming, possibly even your own wounds, right? Maybe it's hard for you if someone says something that's a little direct or blunt, but is also truthful. And lots of us appreciate it when people share things that are truthful and aren't blunt about it, because we have feelings, right? And so we can see the care. It's like, if the nurse has got to tell you that you've actually got a real health problem, you don't want to just be blunt. You want to see that this is, it's careful, and she appreciates what you're going through. But I sense you've already got that. So the bit that might be a little harder for you is actually moving a bit more succinctly. Think of what I would call a plaster. Some people might call a Band-Aid, right? That thing where actually sometimes if you try and take it off super slow, it's like every hair, I've got a hairy arm. I've done this recently. It hurts, right? I have to still talk myself into it sometimes, but when I rip it, it's like, okay, done and dusted. So sometimes remember that some people need the, 20 sentence email. I've loved this. I've loved this. I've loved this. I've loved this, but I'm just not feeling it now. Some people, they don't need that, because they're going to go straight to the main thing is, are you into it or not? And so sometimes just, cutting to the chase, but holding that intention in your heart of, I care, and there might be some impact. I also trust, hearing you, that you're already aware that there could be some impact. So you owning your desire that it's okay, that you like what you like, because remember, you don't decide that. I think we live in a very, sort of mini personal God kind of world, right? As if every desire that's implanted in your heart, you created for yourself. Now, obviously, yes, you probably have some free will, but what you like, what you're passionate about, what you're drawn to, who you're attracted to, which connections have more consistency from your side, I don't think you actually consciously decide that. You may back up some of those things with a conscious commitment and say, yeah, I do love aerobics, and I am going to go to the gym 3 times a week to do aerobics. But the fact that you love aerobics Did you choose that? The fact that you're into this guy, did you choose that? The fact you're not into him? So I'm not saying that as sort of like a cop out or kind of rationalization, just sort of, yeah, this is also bigger than you, right? Life is going to put things in your path, including guys that you do or don't have particular connection with and above your pay grade, you know? So you can also let yourself a little bit off the hook there. All right, flicking down. If you've joined us, we are doing some Q&A. Thank you to those of you that are here. Thank you. Some of you have been here from the beginning. I will be starting to go into wrap up mode here. Feel free to let me know where you're coming from. Hi from Austria. Welcome. Tian says, thank you. Pronounce my name well. Okay, awesome. The key quality is openness to grow together and reflect. Right on. Hello from Philadelphia. I think I can speak for a lot of these ladies when I say you're a godsend, upfront and honest. We all need this. Many thanks. Well, just doing my best to turn, you know, my experiences and what life has put in my path to see if I can help some people, you know. I had someone say to me, you know, how do you know so much about relationships? Well, I've been in a ton of relationships. I've had a lot of hard knocks. I've had confusing experiences. I've also gotten to listen to a lot of people and heard their experiences. So, you know, it's not all just love and light in relationships, right? Sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes it's confusing. Sometimes it's affections that change in ways that surprise you. I've heard people who've had difficult experiences of being in love with married people. I've heard people had experiences of love triangles. I, in my early days, had an experience of a love triangle. It's a lot out there, you know, and in ways that no one is really, you know, we're not getting taught about this in schools and university. And so if you can have the same culture and context and life trajectory, let's say you grew up in a two-parent household, let's just say for the moment, your parents are still together, and that's, you know, you have the same belief system, you have the same life as them, that's probably a lot easier. And still in those situations, oftentimes it's not that easy at all. But let alone if your life looks kind of different than what you inherited, if let's say you're a little bit more in this spiritual path and perhaps the people that you grew up with are, or you left your hometown, maybe you left your country, maybe you've had multiple expressions of yourself, right? I've put out videos about transformation. When you're on a transformational life, it's not particularly linear in my experience and in my experience of working with people. So that's difficult because what you may have been in one expression, you're now something kind of different. And what you were prioritizing in your life now looks something different. That's sometimes the hardest thing, is to let go of a way of being that has served you in the past, because now life is calling you to something else, you know? So yeah, there's a lot of richness in that, but you also have to turn towards it. I just love you. Thanks. This message is what I'm going through. I can't let go, but it's draining my energy, and he's just not available, but he keeps coming back. Yeah. Yeah. Don't be afraid. Even if it's really hard on you, it probably ultimately is in your best interest to kind of put your foot down on that boundary, and that will serve you, because it will happen again possibly, and it will be easier next time. You won't necessarily have to have the thing, you know, let's say you've had a guy and he's come back into your life, you know, 5 different times, right? Next time you might be able to put down a boundary, and a guy comes back once and you're sort of like, oh, maybe something changed, and you kind of reimagine it with him. And then you get it. No, nothing's changed. He's still this hot and cold guy, and you can do it right there. You can say, hey, I have respect for you, but I also have respect for myself. This ain't working for me. It's almost like you solve that problem. And once you really do that development, it might not show up in that same way ever again. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard. It's really hard. And then we get it. I don't know, a bit like, I know vaccines are kind of contentious, but you know, some kind of like, you know, all these like medical trials to get somewhere. And then suddenly there's a thing that kind of works, right? Or even like, HIV was killing people, right, for years, and now we found a way that people can live with HIV, right? And it's sort of like, no, not that. Obviously, it's still, you know, people have issues with this, but it's like, wow, we've substantively shifted our ability to deal with this, and that can happen in your own life. You might have had years where all sorts of difficult experiences of guys stringing you along, in, out, inconsistent. I love you, I'm serious, I'm gone the next day, I'm back. It doesn't serve a guy to be like that. If you could just take one thing, like, it doesn't serve a guy to be like that, right? Sometimes that's the best you can do as a guy, because that's your level of development, that's your awareness. Or let's say you're super stressed in your life, and so you've got a ton of stuff going on, so all you can be is a little bit flaky, right? Lots of us as men have been a little bit flaky, but it doesn't serve us to be continually served up a platter of, hey, dude, you can just be as flaky as you want and I'll keep coming back and loving you. Sometimes the loving thing to do is, I can't be in your life like this, and I'm just going to love you from afar. You don't even have to tell him you're going to love him from afar. Just hold it in your heart, but you still have to have that energetic boundary around your life. So the easiest thing is to not know if he's coming back. You know, that might be harsh as you hear that, but that's the easiest thing. That's a real no contact blocking. Sometimes it's difficult because, you know, I've had all sorts in my coaching, right? The guy who's, you know, in your company and he's literally walks past your office and he does it multiple times a day, right? So there may need to be a conversation there. This is for me. I'm not criticizing you, but it would really help me if you didn't walk past my office every day, because I'm trying to let this go and this is heartbreaking for me. And you can use the metaphor of the Band-Aid. I don't want this to have to be something that I'm doing heartbreak every day. I need to move on from it. Sometimes people transfer their office. Sometimes people transfer companies. Sometimes people ask people not to walk by their house. Sometimes people walk their dog in a different dog park. Sometimes people take their children and have their violin lessons in a different place. I mean, sometimes you've got to do things that might seem kind of drastic, but you getting heartbroken slowly and painfully again and again by the same guy and nothing's changed. That's heartbreaking, right? I mean, heartbreak on its own is enough, but let alone we've got to do it multiple times. And this is not a heartbreak Hollywood movie, right? The guy breaks your heart, but then somehow he comes back and he's like, oh my God, I made such a mistake. And he's devoted to you. That's not what's happening here, right? This is a guy who hasn't got the download that he is breaking your heart again and again, right? He is devastating you. And I'm not even saying he's doing it because he's a bad person, but he might be doing it because he lacks awareness, or he might be doing it because he's hypnotized into his perspective and he can't get into your perspective, or he might be doing it because that's just the best he can do, right? Hurt people. You know, you've heard that before. So if I'm not available in my life to take care of you, even in a breakup type situation, maybe that's the best I can do, but then you've got to be able to do it for yourself. Do you know what I'm saying, right? Or if you can't do it for yourself, you've got to enroll a friend or a coach or your brother or a trusted cousin. I don't know who, but someone to like look out for you to say, I can't be doing this, so you got to help me. I need to break this pattern, whatever it takes. Because repetitive heartbreak, sort of for nothing, and I don't mean to trivialize it, you might have a meaningful connection, but for the sake of what? You know, ultimately, I can feel it right now. It's like, that's terrible. Why would we want to wish that on anyone, you know? Rejection is protection and redirection. Yeah, I've heard that before. That seems quite, it seems quite pithy, right? I'll do another video on this at some point and break it out a bit more at length. But if you have relational contingent self-esteem, this is a kind of psychological concept, it probably means that you're particularly sensitive to rejection. So if you've had a difficult time in a relationship and a lot of it is about this rejection, it could be that it's worth you doing some substantive work on it. And you might not know what that work is. But just the fact of knowing, hey, I do want to put some attention to this, and I could imagine desensitizing this particular structure in my life, and I want that, and I'm willing to work for it. And I'm not just going to try and rearrange life so that I never feel rejection. I'm actually going to try and rearrange some of my internal wiring. And that might be some of the most profound work that you do, because there's a whole set of other things that go, you know, so RCSE, relational contingent self-esteem, basically means, you know, however you're experiencing a relationship is how you feel about yourself. It's a hard place to be in relationship from, and it's a hard place to be in relationship with, because, you know, it sometimes might mean that if I'm having a bad day, you pick that up. It's kind of codependency, right? Now you don't feel so good about us in a relationship, or if we have a difficult conversation or we're having conflict, you feel terrible about yourself. So we can never get to the truth of our conflict because you can't actually be available for it, because your self-esteem is so tanked that now you're in, you know, a difficult spiral. You're hating on yourself. You're self-critical. So if any of that's true, I invite you just to kind of look into the possibility that you might start sourcing your self-esteem, not just from how in this moment you perceive a relationship. Even if you were just slowing it down and taking longer to allow things to impact you, so that you don't quickly move into a spiral of this is terrible, or this person doesn't like me, or now they're going to abandon me. Anytime that we can slow those impulses down, it's going to be to your benefit and also the benefit of the people that relate to you. Online dating, smartphones, technology allow more people to play games or be rude and dismiss others. Online dating is not personal, like meeting through mutual friends. Yeah, you know, I think I agree with that. I think there is a sort of, there's more of a social cost and social opportunity, I think, when things come through trusted networks. And it's just also the world is not principally seeming to be moving in that direction. So if that's available, absolutely. I still am a fan of saying to your friends, help me out, get me some blind dates. Who do you know? Who do you think might be an interesting person for me to connect with? I love your channel. Please never stop. Be careful. I can talk. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Super grateful to have the opportunity to share and, you know, teach, and, you know, if I can help you, I love that. That's great. That's gratifying to me. I know what it's like to, you know, I say this to people, I know it's like I put videos out for years and, you know, didn't have a lot of feedback. So I don't take it for granted that if this time of my life I have something that can help people, I want to do it. And, you know, thanks for allowing me to do it. The ghosting doesn't bother me. I guess it's just not a lot of genuine people out here, especially online. Yeah, you know, I think that's just part of it. I do think it's both, but I think you have to sometimes kind of go through the weeds a bit to get to more quality. Tanya, really appreciate your work. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm sort of going back. I've just been back from a date and it was a bloody disaster. I blame myself. Do not see the red flags before. Well, don't be too hard on yourself, kind of meaning like if you've gone on a date and now you're clear, I don't think that's terrible, you know? And it sounds like there's maybe some intuitions that you had that you can listen to a little more next time. Sounds like there's some things that you're encoding as red flags, right? And you can listen to that. So I think onwards and upwards. Often we learn from the bad experiences. We all like to have a good date. That's nice. And a date that goes to a second date and onwards, that's nice. But sometimes the things that we need to learn also come from the bad stuff. So no blame, you know. Life didn't arrange for you to have a really nice first date, you know, so you can also push it upstairs a little bit. Maybe it's not about you that you need to blame yourself. Maybe it's just that was never going to be a connection. So life gave you a bad date so you could realize that quicker. All right. I'm just going to scroll and see if there are questions here. Don't ever doubt the value of what you're sharing. Thanks. What do you do if your ex-fiance does the hot, cold behavior, but you were friends before becoming romantic, have been friends for 25 years, and you're still both attracted to each other? Yeah, that sounds complex. You know, I just kind of feel for you, right? Because there are some connections that sort of fit neatly, right? We meet in the bar. It's always been a romantic thing. We get into a relationship. Maybe at some point we get out of relationship and it's sort of done. And, you know, hopefully no one got too hurt and we can move on with our lives. Or if we are hurt, we still have a clarity that it was sort of done. There are some connections like that. This sort of connection, right, where it's been almost like a lifelong thing and it's had different phases, that can be real. That can be real difficult, you know. So hot and cold behavior generally, I think, is less problematic when we're in a true friends orientation. But what I'm hearing here is there's still attraction. So it might be that you guys can't actually be friends, right? And if there's not a reason that's holding you together, like children or something like that, maybe it's okay. Maybe you've given enough of your life to this connection that you can still hold it in your heart as like, you know, blessings, I wish you well. But actually, if you're being impacted by what you're perceiving, presumably rightfully, as hot and cold, it seems to me that it's going to be tying up your romantic energy. And that seems a shame, right? Like you've already given this guy the opportunity to sort of be with you. And for whatever reason, it hasn't gone that way. Now, I do get it. There can be that thing, right? I'm sort of even thinking back to like, you know, like, I don't know, my high school girlfriend who I don't see that often, but like, you know, consider her and her family to be friends. And I think it will always be that way. But we don't, I think, have that issue where it's like, there's an actual sort of like hot, cold, you know, romantic dynamic. So when that's the case, that has to metabolize out, you know? So I don't know what you can do being in that dynamic. I don't know, you know? And I'm curious if it's serving you. Sometimes it's okay to have a period of time to let things go fallow, and perhaps you're significantly repartnered, maybe he's significantly repartnered, and actually that thing isn't still there. But if it is, then you might just say, yeah, I don't actually need that in my life. And perhaps you can have someone else that checks up on him, right? Because this can sometimes be a thing. I've helped people in this territory. Well, if I weren't friends with him, who else has he got? Or, what I'd hate to know that he had, like, I don't know, an accident and didn't call me, and those are legitimate. Woo! Those are legitimate concerns, Mike. They're legitimate concerns, but they also are legitimate concerns that can be someone else's domain. So you might know that actually, yeah, if they had a big thing go down, they do have a really supportive sister, right? Or they have great next door neighbors, or they have a son, or they have, family or colleagues, you know what I mean? So you don't always have to occupy that role in someone's life. And, friendship ending, that's, in one way it's sad and tragic. It's sad and tragic in some ways that we can't always be friends with our ex. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can't be friendly if we have to come into contact, or there's, a function or a funeral or something that brings us back into the same space. But actually we can't really be friends because it doesn't work, because it just hijacks my nervous system. I'm still orienting to you as if you're my person, or as if there's something that could happen romantically, or I'm just too attracted to you, and that's not going to dim. And that's stopping me from actually pursuing what I want to pursue. So, yeah, that's my take on that it's unlikely to be resolvable until there's a substantive kind of break or shift. And you might just have to declare it, like, I still have feelings for you, or I'm still attracted to you, and that doesn't work for me right now. Karen, hi Jack and everyone. Julia, great advice, thank you, you're welcome. Miss Ingo, are you still recommending Jordan Peterson? So I did a reaction video to Jordan Peterson because I thought that he's just a sort of an interesting player in the culture wars. I certainly do not agree with everything that Jordan Peterson says. I think he's probably pretty smart, and I think he's got some interesting perspectives. And I think some of the things he's concerned about, we collectively should be concerned about. I don't happen to share his views on the trans community, and I think he's naturally much more conservative than I am. Although I have done a lot in the last 10 years to try and metabolize more conservative values, maybe also just getting a little bit older. But, my background and leanings are typically not, my first impulses are typically not so much in that direction. But I've also come to think of a lot of our preferences a little bit more, in the same way that I might say, did you decide to be attracted to that guy? Did you decide to have your political preferences? Maybe you did. Maybe you sat down and, hit your books and read your political philosophy and dug deep. But most of us, including me, who has studied political philosophy, I think their instincts, I think they have us as much as we have them. Their values, our values sometimes have us as much as we have them. So I have a little bit more open-mindedness of almost the question sometimes for me is, if I were to have your values, would I think a similar thing, or would I at least be more open to thinking what you're thinking? We might have different values about this, so what I think is different. But, maybe we are learning how to integrate and value more values. That's certainly the sort of journey that I'm on. There's also an interesting thing that I heard Jordan Peterson say, and for those of you that don't know, Jordan Peterson he's a psychologist. He was a tenured Canadian academic. He's become incredibly popular over the last 5 years, wrote best-selling books, lectured all over the world. And he's sort of pushing back on what he considers are the excesses of the left and the excesses of wokeism and the excesses of virtue signaling and anything that erodes too much on the value of the individual, So, you could check out his stuff. But he said something interesting, that he's actually naturally more sensitive and agreeable than sort of almost like his public persona. And he's been a clinical psychologist for a long time, and he's always worked in environments that are have more women than men. And so I'm kind of curious about that, like I'm curious. It's almost like there are particular flavors of this that are clearly very concerning and very fear-provoking for him. And so I think some of that comes across. Now, when you're afraid of a thing, it's not necessarily for me to say, hey, just relax, buddy. You don't need to be so afraid of it. Because if you're seeing something that you think is like, an impending doom or problem, maybe fear is an appropriate response, but we also know that when we're afraid, we're also, combative and contracted. And I can look at times in my life when I've been very afraid and I've been surprised at how angry or aggressive or, illogical I've been. So, all of that is also accepted. But, he's sort of been in the crosshairs of this thing that, to me, we've got to figure out as a culture and as a collective and as a world. And we haven't figured it out yet. And we're in the process, and it might get worse before it gets better. But we've got to find ways, I think, of being able to understand sort of across the divide. And I don't happen to think that's just by becoming more centrist. I think it's actually by people being able to own things that they haven't been able to own, so as a liberal, if you're liberal, actually being able to own more conservative values, or at least getting where someone, oh wow, if my main thing I was concerned about was order, I get why this thing that looks really chaotic, which I might not experience as too problematic, but for you as order first, that might really freak you out. Now, I don't have that same taste bud, so I'm not experiencing it like you are, but I might notice in my own life that when things have felt incredibly chaotic, I get stressed, or I just notice, I live in chaos and I deal. That's who I am. I can pull a rabbit out of a hat, or I don't mind if things are, visually or physically messy, or I can deal with a lot of ambiguity and uncertainty, but a lot of people can't. So, all of that to say, in the culture wars, it's so easy to point the finger, right? And it's so easy to do that in relationship, and we've all probably been there. But it's actually harder to say, wow, I disagree, premier, sort of straight up, I disagree with what I'm hearing from you, but I'm going to stay curious. Like, why would you think that? Or what experiences would have you think that? Or how haven't you been seen or felt or heard? Or maybe there's something true in what you're saying, and I just haven't even got an experience to relate it to. That is harder, I think, because it's basically trying to stay open when the natural tendency is to other and to shut down and to close off, right? Even on something like, the conversation in America about guns, right? It's so easy for that to be completely polarized, and it's high stakes, right? But maybe trying to get into an appreciation that someone isn't just wrong initially for having a difficult political position, and seeing what is it that they value, and maybe they value something that you don't, maybe that's the way of proceeding. So that's what I want to be a stand for. So said differently, no one's 100% right, but no one's 100% wrong. Generally, there might be some positions that are so extreme that we say no, or you can't bring that into public discourse. But generally, no one's 100% wrong, right? Meaning, even if you're doing something and the act is completely abominable and crazy, and we need to condemn the act and the behavior, some of the things that might be valuing that have driven into that might be a sense of fear or powerlessness or disconnection. And they're all things that we can all experience, right? We may need to say, you don't get to turn your powerlessness into some kind of act of mass violence. We need to stop that. But actually, let's look at some of the things that can also go into that. It's sort of like, it's a both and off proposition. It's being both tough on people with behaviors that we don't want to accept socially, but also saying, what's the deeper root, or what's going on here? Or what would it be like to be a deeply religious person in a world that's become incredibly secular? What would that be like, right? Or what's it like to be someone who's super spiritual in a world that seems to only value science? What's that like? So it's like we're not living in the same realities. We're living in these different kind of worldviews, and we've got to find ways to bridge them. That said succinctly, that is the integral move. The integral move is there's different worldviews, and I'm going to try and value them all and be with them all. And I don't actually have to prioritize one over the other habitually. And if I do, I'm actually limited. And that's the stage of development that I've been aspiring to for a decade. Maybe I've done it in some ways. In other ways, I probably haven't. There might be someone who's listening to what I'm saying right now who can see that I'm at a level of sort of worldview and meaning making, and there's several levels above, and they get what I'm saying is completely limited. But you can only be where you are, right? So, all right. Am I crazy for needing to move in together in order to feel connected and committed and emotionally supported? I don't think you're crazy. Sounds like it's your authentic desire. You may have a choice point. Do I want this relationship enough that I'm going to sacrifice on that? But let's just say for the moment that it were true that you needed those things to feel connected and committed, that's going to be hard for you to get around. And there are plenty of people that like moving in with each other. There are also people that don't like that, and their relationships are served by it. So ideally, those people would be in relationship with each other. But those of us that want to share home spaces would be in relationship with each other. So I don't. the best in this situation, I think you might be curious about his experience if you can have space for it. And ideally, he would be curious about yours, right? So it could be that moving in, it's a bit like other forms of commitment. Sometimes people want a thing because it actually represents security or represents commitment. So it's not just about, yeah, I want to, put the peanut butter in the same cupboard that you know where to get it from, or I want to wake up every morning next to you. Sometimes those things are important. Sometimes it's that actually, yeah, that's my best sense of that this is not going anywhere. There's a facet of this, of intimacy, that I don't think we talk about maybe enough, right? So there's a form of intimacy which is to do with actual sort of felt experience in the moment, right? Does this, it could be physical, but it could also just be emotional. Like, does this feel intimate, right? Are we both here? Are we connected? Am I receiving you? Are you receiving me? Are we mutually impressionable? Are we connected? That's important, right? If you don't have any of that, for a lot of you, that's not going to work. But there's another kind of intimacy, which is a sort of interdependence, right? And that is, we are going to share resources, right? And so, yeah, if you go on the rafting trip, maybe I don't get to go on the girls' trip. So how are we going to figure that out, right? Like, maybe this year I get to do the girls' trip, but next year you do the rafting trip, or maybe you do the weekend but not the week, and so we can both. Do you see what I'm saying? There's like a real impact. If you break your leg and you can't do any housework for 6 months, I might be doing all of it, right? Or maybe we now need to pay someone to come in and do that, but now that money is not going into our retirement or into, you know what I mean? So it's like ongoing impact, ongoing dependencies. For a lot of people to experience that sharing of resources, it's not just sharing money or sharing intimate bodies, it's also sharing physical space. So I totally get it. Now, he has a right to not want it. And that's where it gets tricky, right? If you're sort of in that standoff, he's an absolute no. Sometimes you have to make a loving ultimatum, which is like, well, I don't want to choose this, but ultimately the vision I have for a relationship is I am going to live with someone, at least most of the time. Maybe you get to have bolt hole, you get to have your shed, you get to, take a week off every 3 months and go travel. Yeah, we can do lots of things, but I want a primary and principal residence that we have together. And that's actually a deal breaker. Now, sometimes the guy walks away, but that's also useful information, right? If I'm willing to walk away, probably we're not each other's person at this time of our life in a certain way, right? Or at least well, okay, that was an actual deal breaker. So my vision and your vision are just not really compatible. Sometimes we can negotiate our way out of it, but that's quite a big one, isn't it? Like living together or not, right? This is not, I like beach holidays and you like museums, okay, well, maybe I can suck it up on the beach a little bit more than I like to, and maybe you can pretend you're a bit more interested when we go to the museums. Or maybe, once a year I get a boys' holiday and we go do Civil War museums, and you get a girls' holiday and you go and suntan on the beach. Sharing space is a bit like, are we going to share finances? That's a big question. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong. Some people completely co-finance, some people completely independent finances, some people do a bit of both. Whatever works pragmatically. But if you're absolutely vehemently wanting some kind of shared financial life and he's absolutely vehemently not, that could just be a deal breaker, and I think it's okay to have deal breakers. I've also seen women giving loving ultimatums like, I like your home country, but I really need to live in my home country because, my mom's on her own and I can't live that far from her, right? Now, some guys, that might not work for them. Some people, they're like, okay, I'll be honest, I don't really want to live that close to your mom, but if the literal option is we get to be in relationship or not, I want to be in relationship with you. But maybe I'm also going to push back a little bit and say, okay, but here are some of my things. I actually need you to let me have, 4 trips a year back to my home country. Or do you kind of get what I'm saying? So you have your choice, and it can be scary to have your choice. But if you know in your heart of hearts that you're unlikely to feel fulfilled in relationship without living with someone, I think you probably need to take a stand for it. That's just my gut thing, because it also points to it's a whole sort of way of doing relationship, right? It means we're going to integrate our lives. It probably means we are going to share finances. It probably means we're going to have a shared calendar on some things. We're probably going to share physical community with, neighbors and friends. And if that's what you want, a guy who wants a much more separate style of relating, let him probably relate to someone that wants that, because there are women that want that. They're like, you know what? I've lived on my own the last 10 years. I love my house. I don't need any guy to take care of me in any way financially. Of course, if he wants to pay for dinner sometimes, that's great. But I don't need any of that. I just need you to see me twice a week and let's have some fun. All right. Any thoughts on a guy who doesn't want to move in together? Oh, sorry. There's the preamble. My apologies. After 2 years of dating, he says he loves me, but he needs to be independent. Doesn't introduce me to his 20-year-old daughter. Got it. Okay. Yeah. I think he's telling you who he is. I don't think that it would work for me if I were wanting to be in relationship with someone who had children to not meet them. But I could also respect their right to want that. I just might not want it myself. Do you know what I mean? But that's me and that's him. And I think you probably would like to be more integrated into his life. And I think he's not making that available. And I do think 2 years is enough to kind of know that that's probably not going to be kind of on the menu, right? Now, if his daughter were 2, that might be a little different, right? Like it might be that, okay, there's going to be a number of years here where, yeah, he's got to be so kind of holding it down on the home front, maybe single parenting. But even in that instance, there's a lot of guys who are like, well, if you want to come and help co-parent with me and we've got a real relationship that we want to be in, then wow, thanks, you know? So 20 years old, I mean, she's got her own life, I would think. I mean, there might be some cultural context I don't have, but you know what I mean? It's not like he's got a young child or a child with a level of need that he's got to be so sort of protective of the time and energy with them. Even that, you know, there might be some way that you can have split living in the same home. I mean, you know, there's possibilities, but my intuition says that you know what you want and you might have to take a stand for it. Why does a guy drive back and forth past your house at night after hinting at interest towards you but won't ask you out? I have no idea. I've never done that. I'm not super aware of guys doing that. But if you need clarity on that, you might have to interrupt his reality one day and just say, sir, there's actually a tax we've introduced on this road. If you are driving back and forth more than once a week, you actually have to pay the tax. Get him into the conversation. What's going on, buddy? You're a little strange with this behavior. What's that about? Do you want to ask a girl out? Are you interested in me? Maybe you get to be a little direct, you know, rather than sort of live in the mystery of it. But yeah, you know, also stay safe, protect your boundaries, do what you need to do. You're spot on with what you said. Thanks. Jack, can you speak a little bit to letting go of friendships that no longer serve you? When you outgrow them emotionally and realize they were toxic, also relief of no longer wanting them in your life. Yeah. Well, you know, I know you a little bit, right? Because you've been in programs with me, and I know that this is something that you've done really good work on. So I think we should start there and say, you know, all the power to you, hats off to you that you've been willing to do this. As you'll know, the pattern can be a kind of a people-pleasing pattern, right? So you could end up being in a friendship where actually you look at it and you say, this is sort of more for them than it is for me. Like I'm not really getting my needs met. Now, sometimes you can take that conversation on and people get it. Oftentimes they won't, because the kind of friendship constellated around a dominant sort of exchange. Let's say you were the giver and they were the taker or something like that. But it also serves you in future connections. It will just be easier, I think, for you off the bat to sort of notice, does this mostly feel fulfilling? Now, I don't believe every relationship needs to be 50-50 on everything, right? Because some of us are better listeners. Some of us are better storytellers. Some of us are better organizers. Some of us are, are wealthier, so we can fund experiences. Some of us are more creative. You know what I mean? So there's multiple ways that we can give and receive from any friendship, right? Some of us are great with money. Some of us aren't. Some of us are punctual. Some of us aren't. So there are always going to be probably things where you're like, wow, yeah, I've actually organized more experiences, right? And then we can start to get curious, you know, is that because actually I love experiences and they maybe love them less, but they're like super reliable. They always get me like a gift at Christmas and maybe I don't, or, you know, so we try and be as open-minded. We try and take as much nourishment from as much source as many sources as we can. But yeah, not everyone can go on your journey, you know, I mean, and some of us have a little bit more of that karma, I think, or that life path. You know, some people are going to know people that they knew in school and they went to college or they went to the workplace together and they're still their friends and they're in their 40s and now they're in their 60s and now they're in their 80s. And it's like, it's a lot of the same community, and presumably for a lot of human history would have lived that way. But there are some people who have, this set of friends for this part of their life, and then they change, right? They used to party hard. Now they don't want to party at all. Now they're on a spiritual path, right? And that's totally different. And these friends will never get that. Maybe you go for a drink at Christmas because you still want to get into their world occasionally. Maybe you still send them a Christmas card. But, we're actually not connecting in the day-to-day as friends. So that's okay, I think. And I don't have to take it as a position of superiority, right? If I have outgrown the connection, like I outgrew high school, but I still love my high school teachers. I don't think bad of them. I just was on that final day, I was really ready to leave, and I loved high school. I was one of those people. It's just, that's sometimes what it is. You can be in a relationship and at some point, yeah, you've both outgrown it, So I also trust that what ultimately might serve anyone better is a relationship that is mutually fulfilling, right? I don't think a relationship that's held in place, or a friendship that's held in place by, one person feeling drained, but maybe not owning up to it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, maybe they could have a friend who wants to, I'll just use that instance, right? Let's say we used to party and drink hard and now I no longer do it. Well, there's still plenty of people that want to party and drink hard, and that's authentic. That's actually what they want to do. And maybe they want to do it, much longer in life than I do. And so maybe it's okay. They can do that with them and I'll do this over here. Do you know what I mean? So I think I used to think of it as a little bit more like, well, am I rejecting you? And does that make me morally superior, or am I putting you down? But I think the mood is resonance. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh dear. I got the frog. You might have to ask me some questions here. Keep me going. Oh, wow. Talk about this is an authentic experience. Yeah. What may have happened for you is that you may have moved into a more sort of authentic self-orientation, right? Which I think is probably true, because that's one of the programs we've been in together. So not everyone is doing that. It's not better or worse. It's just sort of different. I don't have a PhD. I don't feel inferior to people that do. I appreciate that they've done that. I don't know if I could do that. Maybe I could do that, but I don't know if I could or would want to do that. Now, if someone goes around feeling superior to me because they have a PhD, that's their own prison in some ways, right? That's their own work. That's their own grandiosity. That's their own shame complex, etc. So if I look down on all my friends because they don't go to personal growth seminars and they're on a spiritual path, I probably need to look at my one-upness. But if I just acknowledge, you know what, and I have this a little bit with sports. I used to be so into following sports, but then at a certain point, I was just much less into it. And, maybe there was a period of time where, and I think this happens, right? When we develop a new thing, we often become like the new evangelist, right? So there probably was a period of time where I might have had a sort of critique of, well, I don't want to watch sports. I want to be on the pitch of life playing myself. I don't want to watch other people getting rich doing something they love. I want to do something I love, So there probably was a little bit of judgment or, differentiation. Sometimes we need that just to propel us. Sometimes when you're leaving high school, you need to believe that college is better, right? Like, I outgrew it, maybe. But in the fullness of time, you can go back and love on your high school if you have people there that you love or you loved your experience. And in the same way, I can, get back into watching sport and be surprised at how all that structure is still in me. I can still be a crazed, partisan, nationalistic kind of person. That's still in there if I want to unleash it. I don't know if it's my best side, but it's, occasionally fun just to be like, yay, England, let's go. But, it's not where I want to put my attention. But some people, that's a big part of their life, and, kind of great, because that's true for them in a way that it's not now true for me, So the more comfortable I come with owning me, the more comfortable I come with people being themselves. And the fact that you got a sense of relief, that seems pretty meaningful to me. I like that. That seems great in a sense, right? Like, life is sort of saying, oh gosh, yeah, Clodagh, we wanted this for you. We've been waiting for this. So I think that's a really good sign. Now, maybe you realize something's toxic. So we can also hold toxicity in different ways, right? So toxicity could be you're a toxic person. Maybe toxicity in truth could be we had a toxic dynamic. Now, I might think that you're more responsible for that than I am, but maybe there's a part that I played, right? Even if my part was letting you walk on me, right? Or enabling your narcissism, or not confronting you, or not knowing how to speak my truth, right? I can have all those experiences. And I can own that maybe I could have been more skillful in some of them. So I see it more as a sort of a dynamic or a time of life, or maybe I notice, thank you, you brought this into my awareness. So I'm grateful for that, even though I no longer need the connection with you. I could also notice that I have my own toxicity, right? I don't think anyone gets a free pass. I don't think anyone is so mentally, emotionally, spiritually healthy that they're just always on their super conscious game every moment of every day. Maybe there are, some enlightened beings that have walked amongst us through history. Maybe that's true. But for most of us, even who've been on the spiritual path for a long time, we're still going to get high on our own supply. We're still going to lack sobriety. We're still going to find things that are more addictive or compulsive than perhaps as ideal. We're still going to feel powerless. We're still going to have times that we're snide and sarcastic, and we won't call it hateful, but probably it is a mini form of hate, or we're going to reject ourselves or be critical or reject other people or feel a little bit internally superior or inferior, or et cetera, gluttonous, lustful, go around the 7 deadly sins. We're all going to do those things because we're human, I think, even if we do them way less than we used to. So I think it can just get us off any experience that toxicity is only external. That's not my experience of toxicity. It could be true that I relate with someone and think, okay, I don't like this. I don't want this in my life. And particularly what I don't want is these things that you're bringing into this. But if I notice that if I'm imagining that I never have ways that I could behave that are toxic, even if just they're the possibility of being there, even if I'm making great choices and seeing them off of the past, mostly, I'd be a little concerned about that, right? Said differently, the most spiritually righteous people are a little dangerous because they're lacking the humility of the awareness that we're human and we all have lower structures within us that higher structures might hold in place. So yeah, here's to more healthy connections and doing our part of it. What about the guy who realized that he wasn't ready for the relationship I wanted, but he's been checking my social media regularly for months since then? Yeah, I think this is another variation of he's sort of interested, right? Maybe he's 0.4. He does like you. Maybe he's curious. Maybe he doesn't want to lose you or let you go, but he's not a 1. So he's just sort of hanging around your field. Sometimes, and I can notice the behavior that has been this way in my own life. It's like you're looping back. You're kind of like, well, I'm still not connected in a more meaningful way. So I'm just sort of checking in. Like I've now, this person, I miss them. I'm thinking of them. So I think that's allowed. I think the question is what's authentic for you, right? If you don't want them doing that, you could tell them, you could block them, you could do a number of things, but probably it doesn't mean that much in a way other than he's got some level of ongoing curiosity or interest, but not enough that probably warrants you thinking about it too much. All right, I'm going to just pop back into a couple of the pre-submitted questions here. You've spoken, Jack, about emotionally unavailable types. I think that's what I've been dealing with the past 2.5 years. And now I see why it's been so hard to let go. My guy gives me all the warm fuzzies when we are together and always tells me how deep his love for me is. He's also been extremely vulnerable with me on many occasions, but still won't spend more than 2 days per week with me. Also, despite being committed and knowing my goal is to get married, he doesn't ever talk about a future with me. I keep trying to walk away, but he keeps sucking me back in, saying things like our souls are forever connected, and I believe God brought us together. Why would a guy be so emotionally available but not want to let me go and fail to progress the relationship? So this could be an example of what I've called, emotionally available, unavailable guy. Now, he is pretty available in the structural sense than a lot of guys, meaning like he is comfortable having this 2.5-year relationship with you, connecting 2 days a week. For some people, that would be enough. For you, authentically, that isn't enough, right? You want to get married. You want to have a kind of full-blown, committed connection. So what stuck out to me from this most was I keep trying to walk away. So I feel for you. I actually know what that experience is like. And I've helped a lot of people with that experience where you're trying to walk away, but you kind of keep getting sucked back into the vortex. So that is your work right there. I don't think he's going to change. Let's imagine he's not going to change. So you basically have to become unsuckable back-inable. And that's a very technical term. You basically have to become sober about who this guy is, that he is basically a 2 times a week, doesn't want to marry you guy. And those things I sense are important enough to you. Now, he can use whatever language he wants, and I'm not going to make that disingenuous, meaning he might have a true experience that our souls are connected, right? And he's maybe a religious man who believes that God brought us together. If he were a religious guy, but God could have brought you together. Now, does that mean that God wants you to be together? That's a different question. And the fact that you want this sort of committed marriage, and the fact that he's talking God to you, makes me think that you might be in that same frame of reference. You might want a committed religious marriage, and he's not offering that. And you've given him 2.5 years, right? This isn't we're 3 to 6 months in and we've started to talk about the future, and he's sort of saying, I don't know about marriage. This is 2.5 years, right? So we're going to imagine nothing's going to change there. Now, he has that right, but you also have he is giving you the opportunity to do something in your development that will actually be a gift in your life, right? That's the gift of the guy that says, you know what, I'm only available for this. And you go, you know what, you're available for this, and I want this. I mean, gosh, this is hard doing it back to front. The opportunity, therefore, is to say, wow, I want something else. And I've actually got to take the power, claim my power, and take a stand for that. And it might be excruciating. The fact that this guy has, quote, sucked you back in multiple times, probably means you have a high level of connectedness and an attraction to him. But this is calling for your sobriety, right? You actually get that each time he sucks you back in, nothing's changed. So the move here is for you to see that and even feel it in your heart and your spiritual religious practice clearly enough that you get it. He's going to keep doing that, and I'm actually the one, perhaps through the grace of God, I'm the one that's going to make this shift. And who do I have to be to do that? Maybe I have to be more disagreeable than I'm used to being. Maybe I have to be comfortable that he won't get it. And he may even be angry or hurt because you're kind of calling him on his lack of commitment. You may even have to be less seduced by words. Ultimately, he gets to imagine your souls are connected forever. That's his business, really. That's sort of his First Amendment right, as I see it. But you may have a different reality. You may know that you actually want to be ongoingly connected to a guy that wants that ongoing connection with you, and not just 2 days a week. So it's hard, sometimes you have to run around that loop enough until you kind of burn out on it, right? And you might have done that enough already. This may be the time for you to make the break. It often is, in my experience, is a bit one and done, right? And what I mean is you fail, and then you do it, and it can actually stick. Sometimes you fail, you kind of do it, you still slip back, you fail, and then you do it. And next time you'll be able to do it a lot quicker. But once you really get to that point that, it's not your job to share his perspective and experience. It's not your job to want anything different than is in your authentic heart. You are going to have to grieve this. It is probably going to get worse before it gets better. But what would it be like to be someone who's actually so rooted in presence and divinity that you're not seducible by someone sort of laying, what is that when he says God brought us together? I mean, he's almost, if I were being harsh to him, that may be his true experience. So I want to include that possibility. But just for a moment, it's almost like he's using God and religion kind of to manipulate you into staying into relationship with him. This doesn't seem to me like a particularly true kind of godly way of proceeding. So what would it be like for you that a guy could do this, right? God, it's kind of hard to get on screen. Guy could do this, right? Talk all day. You're this, you're that, we're this, we're that. But actually, you get to stand in your own truth and power. That's the opportunity here. In a sense, he gets to say what he wants, but you actually get to have you and your experience. And probably there are other territories of your life that this shows up in, right? There might be places at work or with family or children, if you have them, where sometimes you actually being able to stand in your power and feel a little bad or miserly, or, you know what I mean? Like that you're actually being a bit tough with your love, or you're taking a stand where normally sometimes you might be like, all right, well, you get to text me. To to actually make that clean break and say to him, I can't have a space for you in my life. And if you come back around, I'm not interested. Go talk to someone else. I'm not going to respond. And that might feel like the harshest thing you've ever said to him. But let's look at it the other way, right? He's not willing to be the full one to you. So he is taking your potential away. That's how I see it, right? If you want a committed relationship and a guy can't offer that, I think the honorable thing is to actually step aside. Now, it's easier to say theoretically than when the emotions are there, or he might think that there is some 2-day-a-week thing that if only you could see how great that is. But I kind of get the sense that he's not really hearing you, and maybe he can't, because to fully hear you, he would have to realize this is kind of done. This is moving in that direction. He maybe doesn't want to be in touch with that. Maybe it's good enough for him that he doesn't want to be in touch with that, but you can be in touch with that. That's, I think, the meaning of the truth will set you free, right? The truth of this is it doesn't really have a future in the frame that you want. And so that's difficult because you guys have a good connection, but you'll be okay. And my imagination is life, God can put in your path what is needed for you to find the kind of connection that you want, right? So sometimes you have to say no to something that's 0.6 or 0.8 in order for the possibility that a 1 can come along. And it's not guaranteed. That's not what faith is. Faith is, I'm going to let go of 0.8. In my heart, I'm praying that 1 is around the corner, but I don't know, because actually this game of life is bigger than me. So I don't get to choose that that's going to happen next week or next month or next year. I pray and I'm open and I ask and I'm grateful and I do all my practice. But, life is going to have its way with you. That's what surrender is, right? That I think is a deeper meaning of spirituality, or, what is ordained is going to happen in some ways. So, someone can say whatever they like about this experience, but I think you're on the money. I think you know what you want. And I think don't be afraid of your own power, right? Don't be afraid of hurting his feelings. You can still be compassionate, and you can still be, you can still care. But in a sense, he now needs to turn to someone else for that, right? If he's hurting because you're letting the relationship go, he needs to talk to his sister, his mother, his daughter, his guy friends, his therapist, his coach, his men's community, his church, his co-workers. Your job is to take care of you in this situation, right? Now that you're deciding that actually this hasn't got a viable future. And the sooner that you claim your power in the situation, probably the easier it will be. And it's good to be unseducible. I don't mean that in the unsexy way. Like, yeah, if we're in relationship and we want to kind of seduce each other, that's great. But to be unseducible to bad ideas is a real gift in life, right? To be unseducible to someone's sort of half-baked talk. Like, I can imagine, I don't know, this guy's in the church. I can imagine maybe an elder at the church sitting down with him and saying, let this woman go. I know you love her, so let her go. That might be the hardest act he's ever done in his life, but it might be growing in his masculine, because at the moment he's tying up your energy when you actually could have a more committed style of relationship, right? So that's a higher form of love, I believe, is sometimes you have to go, I don't want to do this. I would love to just maintain this connection with you, but I get it. You kind of want the full enchilada, and I'm just offering, chips and guac. You want the full enchilada, that's not chips and guac. So what are we going to do? We're going to let it go. And that might be the hardest thing I've ever done, but that is, love is hard. Love is hard. Let's just be honest. All right, just going to flick back here, see if I've got a couple more questions. I do want to let you know, if you have not, you'll be able to click the link beneath this video, and I will just post it also in our comments here, if I can remember how to type. There we go. This is my checklist. It's called Guy Checklist. Here's your Guy Checklist. It doesn't let you know exactly where a relationship is going to go. It lets you know, is this guy investing for something that can have a possibility of commitment? So it's my way of saying, let's take 95 to 99% of the noise out of the situation for you. The guy really needs to get 8 or 9 or 9 out of 9 on this checklist, I believe. I mean, there are idiosyncratic situations, didn't you know? There are idiosyncratic situations that could be a little different. But on the whole, if the guy is not showing up, he's not going to meet what we call the showing up standard. And the showing up standard is really what this checklist is. So if you're watching this after the event or you're here now and you haven't, download that. It will also put you on my mailing list. The advantage of being on my mailing list is you get to hear of stuff happening first. And I am likely to be moving towards doing a group program in the fall. We're still working on the details. But if you want to be part of that, you want to hear of it first. If you want to get in, the most promotional possibility, you're going to want to be on my mailing list. So click that link, or if you want, you can go to my website, which is jackbutler.com, and you can also download the guide there and put you on the mailing list. If you don't want the guide, but you want to be on my mailing list, you can also just contact me through my website. But the quickest way, you don't have to read the guide. You can just download it and it will put you there on the mailing list. So I'm going to pop back in, working here on my scrolling skills. Hey, I still see we've got a good group of us here. I want to thank you so much for taking your time. I know for some of you, this is after long work weeks. Some of you are still at work. Some of you are in the wee hours of the morning. I appreciate it. I also appreciate it if you're watching after the event. So thanks for your participation. It makes a difference. The quality of these questions is high. I also really appreciate the variety of it. If you're here live, let me know how you're doing. Give me a +1. Do you want more? Are we still going? Have we still got energy? Are we tanking? What's happening? Let me know. Give me some feedback in the comments. Thank you for being here. And I'll try and pull up a next question that we can get into. Let's have a look. Okay, got some smiley faces. That's good. Yes, you have to be true to what you want. Yep, sometimes that's the hardest thing. And again, that's a level of development thing, or meaning, you know, we won't have always been raised, and it wasn't always appropriate socially and culturally to follow our authentic desire, right? A lot of our survival and community place and values were dependent upon not that. And there are a lot of cultures that are not that. But if you are in a Western culture and you're here listening to this and you're interested in this kind of message, you're probably at least in a Western context, an authentic development kind of stage. And this is sort of what you're being called to. And you don't, I think, get a choice in that. You can't really go backwards. You know, it's sort of like development. You can't easily sort of, you know, I don't know, grow into an adult and sort of suddenly like go back into a child's body. It's just sort of like, that's the way development goes. It goes forward. It's not saying that an adult is better than a child. It's just saying when we develop to another stage of development, new things come online and we got to be what we got to be, you know? All right, more please. Good energy. Okay, get the energy drinks. Here we go. I'm going to start talking faster because I've got lots to get through, but I don't know. Sometimes I already talk fast enough. We always want more, Jack. Careful. We're going to be here. Hour 7. All right, just getting started. I think he's a 0.999, but you're right. Still not a 1. Yeah. And I'm working on myself and on my own healing journey. Many, many thanks. Yeah, totally. Yes. I mean, he might be. I mean, it would surprise me in the context of a guy wanting, you know, a sort of a more full-blown committed relationship, if only seeing you 2 days a week and not wanting to kind of live together or move into some kind of commitment, particularly if I am a religious person, you might be slightly high on the 0.999, but you know, I don't know. So I'm curious about that. It's sometimes, I'll just say this, right? It can be that we look at things, we think, oh my God, we're so perfect in this way and this way and this way and this way. But there's this thing, but this thing is actually enough of a deal breaker that in the fullness of time, if you let that connection go and you're looking back, you're like, oh, actually we weren't as close to being a thing as I thought was possible. Because that thing is such a deal breaker. You know, that thing is, you know, we didn't get each other in this particular way, or actually, yeah, just his level of investment, you know. I mean, there's plenty of guys that want to see people 7 days a week, right? So you do the math on that. That's already 3.5 times that level of investment, just purely from spending time together. Now, not every guy wants that, but there are a lot of guys that want to see their person every day of the week, even if that's just, you know, over breakfast and we're going to go and have different days. I mean, let alone if we're actually going to really, you know, share lives, commingle finances, co-live, you know, blend a family, any of that stuff. So don't forget that. That's the opportunity cost. How do you go from being in a loving relationship, becoming widowed at 49, and not getting wrapped up in the wrong types of relationships? I'm too trusting. Okay, well, I'm going to keep reading, but just notice that, right? That's a profound statement. I'm too trusting. You might be being invited to work on your trust and your intuition. And I'm just going to insert quickly, because there was a question earlier, which I didn't get to, and it said, basically, what's fear and what's intuition, I think was the essence of the question. I have done a video on this. It was back in the early days of my channel. Something like, can you trust your intuition? So feel free to check that out. It's from 2019. I also remember sitting down with a mentor in London back in the day, and him sort of explaining, like, Jack, if you could discern the difference between your intuition and fear, like, you would be able to make all of these decisions. And me thinking like, oh, wow, you're so right. But I haven't got the foggiest clue. Is this intuition? Is this fear? So said simply, fear often has a quality of contraction. It may have the possibility of dysregulation or spinning out. It's probably going to amplify you physically, right? Sweating, raise your bloods, your heart rate. You're going to feel probably some physical signs of anxiety, right? Maybe you're going pale, maybe you're shaking, maybe you're physically nervous, maybe you're pacing, maybe you're irritated, and I often, if I'm kind of anxious, I start jiggling my leg a lot. So you're probably going to notice something like that. By contrast, intuition tends to be quieter and less sort of somatically arresting. You might notice your intuitions in your body, but it might be a little bit more like, oh, okay, that, a little more like that, like, or like something's dropped into your awareness, not like you thought about it, fretted about it, and then something came. A little bit more like you're in the shower and something just sort of drops in. It's not like you even really thought it. It just came into your awareness. Whereas fear tends to be, compulsive and repetitive and arresting and contracting, and you get kind of smaller, and now you're in the future and you're anticipating and you're analyzing. Do you get kind of the energy of that? It's sort of, it's amped, it's revved up. Whereas I think intuition is a little bit quieter. Even if you just get a gut read on someone, like, yeah, trust person or good person or not. I don't think that's like, I'm amped up. Oh, this is a really trustworthy person. I think it's a more like, yeah. And by the way, you can develop this. And sometimes, frankly, let's just be honest, we have enough fear going on that it's almost impossible to contact your intuition if you are spinning out and sweating palms and heart rates through the roof. So sometimes the best you can do is to presence, I'm in fear. And I'm not actually going to try and access my intuition. I'm just going to see if I can relax my fear, or at least presence it. And so everything that I'm thinking right now, I'm not going to take it to be true. I'm going to take it to mean I'm a little bit spun out in fear. And that's allowed. Most of us are going to experience that. Certainly any of us that are head types, certainly any of us that, are also good at anticipating, right? And seeing what could go wrong or seeing what could be the problem. We are going to have fear, or just, your life circumstances, right? If you are in a precarious living situation, right? If you don't know where your next paycheck's coming in, if you are in a high conflict or in-out hot, cold relationship, right? If you've got beef or issues with loved ones or neighbors, or you're having a difficult time with, a child, or you're not well, or you're not resourced, or you're stressed, or you've got environmental pollution, or you've got noise pollution or light pollution. I mean, so many things that could just contribute to us having a stressful life, right? And for a lot of us, these are kind of ongoing things, right? It's not just like, oh, today I feel a bit stressed. It's like, no, my job is inherently stressful, right? Or my neighbors, it was just, we have stressful relationships. So yeah, my heart's with you. That's difficult stuff. But at least you might notice, okay, so when that's happening, what I'm thinking probably isn't fully true, right? I'm probably amped up, spun out. So can I relax? Can I go for a walk around the block? Can I just do some breathing exercises? Can I talk to a loved one that I find comforting? Can I hit my journal? Can I, if you've got more time and resources, there might be things that, can I get a massage? Can I go float? Can I let out energy? Can I run, play sport? Can I get some anger out? Or, there's also things that you can do that can start to help you regulate your nervous system. But a lot of us are, are chronically dysregulated, and it can be difficult. Maybe you're living alone. Sometimes that's really hard to not get wound up by things and just having someone to talk to, right? Sometimes it's worth paying to have someone to talk to, or sometimes you reach out and get support. Intuition is often inconvenient, right? Intuition, people give themselves a hard time for not listening to red flags, right? If you're attracted to a guy and he's meeting some of your needs, and then the intuition comes in like, oh, he's not fully available, that's inconvenient. Wouldn't it be more convenient if he were available? Wouldn't it be more convenient if you just at this point in your life, when you've got a difficult and stressful time, could just enjoy connecting with this attractive man rather than have to acknowledge up front that he's emotionally unavailable? That's inconvenient. I've remembered being places and realizing, gosh, I think I've got to move. And that's inconvenient. What am I even going to tell people? oh, I had an intuition that I had to move. That's the truth. Now I can logicalize and rationalize and, back up and construct some arguments, but sometimes it's just intuition that a thing is done, or a new thing is ready, or there's a thing that you've got to kind of fight for. Or so, again, I'm being compassionate that you might not be in a social surround that is supporting you to say, what's your intuition? It's not probably that you get into work every day and you go on the company server and it flashes up, what's your intuition? Or you get an email from your coworker saying, I've just been really curious. Have you had any intuitions in your life recently? Now, maybe you're in a, sort of spiritual crowd and you talk intuition all the time, but at large in culture, we're not creating policy and law. We're not creating company ways of proceeding. We're not creating sales memos from a place of intuition, right? And I'm not saying intuition reigns supreme. There are other faculties that we have that are important. But I think when it comes to fear or intuition and where to make your decisions from, I know which one I would want for you. So that was aside. We were in a question, widowed at 49, not wanting to get wrapped up in the wrong types of relationships. I'm too trusting. So make a note of that. I spent 3 years getting to know a fellow that turned sideways so fast it made my head spin. Wow, that sounds hard. And my heart break. The essence of our friendship led me to believe that we would always be in each other's lives. Now I don't even feel like I know him at all. We have never been romantic, but our connection has been awesome. Then COVID messed a lot up. More so in his life with jobs and finances. I understand that stress and money issues can affect things, but what I want to know is, how do I navigate these feelings that were good and now I have to put them away? If we aren't speaking, I just wonder how not to feel so shitty inside. Yeah. So I hear you. There can be a piece of sobriety here that basically acknowledges that it's hard to just have an ongoing friendship, sort of companionship style friendship with someone. Meaning, in my experience, they tend to be more of a seasonal feature, partly because you might not be able to maintain that level of friendship companionship if one of you were then to get into a lovership or partnership with someone else. Do you see what I mean? So unless you were saying all we ever want for our lives is this kind of companionship, it's likely to be unsustainable in the fullness of future, right? Because most of us also want commitment, or we want a sexual connection, or we want a romantic connection, or we want some kind of level of interdependency that is just a bit more than companionship. Now, some companionships can be completely like, I've got your back, yes, if I'm in hospital, you're by my side. Yes, if you taking the day off work, I can hold something down on the home front. There are those things that exist, but I think the built-in feature is normally, I can't come and be by your hospital side day in, day out if I have a girlfriend. Like, that's inappropriate. And it might be inappropriate for me to have a girlfriend, given we have this level of companionship. But then let's also get curious. Why has this not got those other features of passion, intimacy, lovership, sex, and commitment? Maybe we could move in that direction. That's possible. But sometimes it's just, that's not actually true to the connection. So I get that it would be really nice to have someone that you're always friends with, right? As I say, there's been people that I was in relationship with that I think will just be friends in some distant way, probably while we're on this earth. But if that were a level of connectedness that were problematizing to someone's present day relationship, the present day relationship has to come first, right? That's the sort of basic precept of the, like Stan Tatkin, who talks about this from an attachment. It's like our attachment first, everything else second, right? Our relationship first. Your relationship with your mother, brother, cousin, coworker, they're all secondary to this if we're going to make it a real primary relationship. So yeah, do you see? It's almost like you have a little bit of obsolescence. You have a little bit of time limitation built in to that arrangement. Now, we might not have talked about it, and we might not even be able to see it. We might feel as if, oh yeah, if you had a girlfriend, I could still hang out. And maybe there are some connections. I've seen, sort of all sorts of configurations, but I've also seen how they really get people into confusing situations, right? So I've seen situations where, yeah, maybe we have a sort of like non-sexual friendship and we have a business together. Maybe we work together. Maybe we've co-parented in the past, but we still sort of hang out. That's more than just friends, because if it's just friends, normally it's okay if we don't see each other for quite a while, right? If you think about, unless it's like your closest or bestest friends, most people who are just generally friends, it's not like, well, why didn't you text me yesterday? Or I haven't seen you for a week. That's not working for me. There's normally a little bit more space in the connection. So it's unfortunate that it sounds like he sort of ghosted you. So yeah, that would be hard. Maybe even if it can't sustain like this, right? Maybe there would be a gentler off ramp. Sometimes though, the quick off ramp, even though it's really painful and disorienting, can be better than the slowly off ramp, because sometimes that slowly off ramp, we sort of keep doing it, right? We keep kind of coming back. We have other bites of the cherry. Sometimes something that is a little bit shocking and it can be traumatic, and you might be in that right now. It can also mean, okay, I've got to hunker down, heal from this, but I can actually move on a little bit more quickly. And maybe there's something for you to fight for here. Maybe you actually want a more committed style of relationship, right? Maybe you want a guy in your corner who wants to be romantic and sexual with you and wants an ongoing relationship. So sometimes there can be a pattern in this companionship, which is a little bit like a settling, or it's sort of like a safe thing, right? It's sort of safe because we're kind of friends. And it can also be beautiful. And, some of the most meaningful connections can be these companionship style relationships. So I want to honor that as well. But most people, particularly if you're here and you've been listening and maybe you've been here for, several minutes or hours, in your heart of hearts, most people who want a kind of monogamous connection, who are women and they tend to date men, they kind of want the full enchilada thing, right? Which is they kind of want to live together. They kind of want to share their life. They kind of want a guy that's sexual with them, that's attracted to them. They want a guy that's going to go to bat for them, that's going to protect them, that maybe can provide for them, even if they don't need it, right? Like you've got plenty of your own career and your own income, or maybe you're done, maybe you've retired, but you still might want a guy in your life who, when it comes to like being able to do something, he at least has the resources to be able to say, yeah, I can, even if you're doing 50-50, he can say, yeah, I can go on that cruise with you, or I can do the thing with you. So even though my general tendency has been more in this direction of, let's try and be friends, even if we've had a romantic connection previously, I don't actually think it's always possible. And I don't actually think it's always beneficial. It might not be true to what the connection actually needs to be in this cycle. Sometimes it's actually just cleaner to let it go completely fallow and just to be friendly, meaning if you need me ever, or we pass each other in the street, or there's some administrative thing, let's be friendly. But actually, I want to completely clear my field and be ready for the next thing. I've seen variations of this where it's like, yeah, I've got a guy who lives on my couch and we were once lovers, but now we're housemates, and it's sort of a bit confusing. And then now you're attracted to another guy and he's sort of saying, but why is Michael sleeping on your couch? And you're saying, well, we're just platonic friends. But actually you have some behaviors in the connection that are kind of not just like that. Like Michael has an influence on you more than most friends, right? Or you plan your lives around and together with each other. Or I've seen it where it's like, well, why is Michael on your couch? Because Michael's actually a millionaire. So he doesn't need to live on your couch. He could go rent or buy whatever he needed. So it's sort of like, what is it? And sometimes it's a sort of codependent, sort of safety, sort of, I don't want to let this person go. I don't really want to grieve them. I don't want to have to open to the potential betrayal of a full-blooded relationship with someone else. Intimacy is scary. This is like it's like a glove that fits. And, if that works for you, that's totally fine, right? But if it doesn't, then this is your direction of growth. So, oh my God, his name is Michael. Sorry, I was just pulling that out. So there's nothing sinister in that, but maybe it helps. Maybe it makes it a little bit more real. So yeah, companionships have a shelf life. Realize that going in. They don't tend to upgrade easily into partnerships. They can if both people want it, but sometimes that's just not the true energy. So, just be mindful of that. Karen says it's about learning to, let me just flick this one up. It's about learning to trust yourself and speak the truth. Hard when you have an inauthentic persona as a people pleaser. Yeah, nailed it. Absolutely right. Glad this is helping. My ex and I went no contact. I called him. He says we're just friends, but he agreed to sponsor my charity through his company. I invited him to our next event. How do I keep him interested? He was saying he just wants to be friends, but I don't think that's possible. I feel that's a manipulative tactic where he wants to be with me again. I'm okay with doing that. So yeah, be mindful of these sort of potential entanglements, right? Where someone's like, oh, I'll pay for that for you, right? And it's not just, you know, we're going on a road trip and I'll pay for the gas, or it's not just like we're going for dinner and I'll pay for the bill. It's sort of like, yeah, I'll pay for you to finance your company or build your shed, or I'll pay for your medical treatment. Now, that might be the only thing that's going to get you through a difficult medical spot, right? Sometimes it could be needed, but it's sort of this slightly weird energy where it's like, well, I'm not going to make you my partner, but I am going to sort of be like a financial sponsor in your life. And I'm curious if that is going to work for you. Like, it might work for him because now he gets access to you and he sort of gets to be like a protector, but he doesn't really have to step into some kind of commitment. But maybe for you, it's sort of like, well, now I kind of can't separate that. I'm sort of looking at him as sort of a bit more than a friend. And so it's not really just friend zone. And I'm sort of wondering. And then when I see that he's attracted to me, I get ideas. And so also some guys like, you know, quote, controlling the asset. And that's not a word I would like to be using about a woman or a person in a relationship, but that is a view that some guys have, even if it's unconscious. It's sort of like, yeah, I know that if I start sponsoring a whole bunch of stuff in your life, you know, you're sort of like within my purview of control. And that's a bit of a weird dynamic that we might want to distinguish. That could be a, you know, control or domination dynamic that's actually not going to work. So I think it's cleaner if you avoid, and it's the same thing when people say, well, you know, I started to send some guy money or he needed help, whatever. I think it's just easier to keep that financial stuff out of it, outside of any kind of experiences or dates, just until there's something more substantive. And let's go for the more substantive, because on the back of that, yeah, it might be completely appropriate for him to invest in your business or do all sorts of things. But when it's not really that, yeah, I think it's just going to always be a bit of a weird and or frustrating dynamic. So that would be where I would check in with that. Let me just see if I can pop this up as a different question. I'm going to see if I can add it into the comments. Hey, if you've just joined us, Tove, I see you're coming in from Norway. Want to make sure you get enough sleep over there. What time is it in Norway? Okay, so now I'm commenting. Now I'm being vain. I'm commenting on my own videos. So this is just me copying it, and now you'll see it because I'm going to put it up on the screen. I've been seeing this guy for a bit more than a month. I really like him. We have great physical chemistry, and I like his personality, but I'm not sure if this is just a casual thing for him or if it's a budding relationship. Should I try to define this ASAP, or should I just enjoy this and let this unfold? Yeah, this is such a sort of key and common area of questioning. And I don't think there's 100% right and wrong with this. If you want to find out where you stand, I think that can generally be a good thing for your own clarity and for your own sort of security in the dynamic. You know, generally, if you're not sure if it's a casual thing, let's imagine it is until otherwise. I think that's going to be the safest assumption if you're going to make an assumption. Now, if you're starting to not feel casual about him, you may want to communicate that at some point, right? Because that's where you might get into the territory of, you know, mismanaged expectations, wanting different things. So yeah, you could just say something like, I've assumed this is a casual thing, but I notice I can also have a part of me that could orient to this as if it weren't casual. And I'm curious, what is your experience? You know, doesn't mean you have to say too much. You could say, are you interested in talking about this connection? You could say that. But quite often, if he's not leading that, it's good information, right? It might just mean at this moment in this season, he's not really working hard to secure you as his, you know, partner, or at least as, you know, a dating prospect in a kind of an exclusive way. So it's always good to pay attention to that. That is information that we wouldn't want to discount. I have a question for you regarding getting over someone. It's been about 3 years off and on, and not really starting. One second. Let me get that right. I have a question for you regarding getting over someone. 3 years off and on. Well, so just notice that right off the bat, 3 years off and on. So if we were just right off the bat, I know it's minimal information, but we wouldn't be betting on this horse. Not really starting with this guy who, for the life of me, I can't seem to get over. Logically, it makes no sense, and I'm pretty embarrassed about it. When we were together, it was like nothing else existed, and he was the first guy in my life who made me feel seen. So I just want you to notice something. That is powerful, right? The first guy in your life that made you feel seen, and now you're having a hard time beating yourself up. Like, why can't I get over this guy? That's a big deal. Now, it might not be that he's good relationship material for you. The fact that he's hot and cold probably isn't. But let's just not discount your experience. Feeling seen is amazing and it's powerful. And particularly if you aren't getting seen in other places, that's a lot of loss if you're going to let this guy go. So my hope and sort of prayer for you is that you get more used to being seen. You get more used to expressing, having your voice, having your opinion, your perspective, having other people see you in friendships and work relationships and other things. The more that happens, I think the more you're going to want it, and the less you might feel dependent upon this particular guy. Let's continue. He's been in and out of my life. Travel, doesn't live in my state, and communicates infrequently. The last communication was him ghosting me after wanting to meet up. So yeah, stupid, right? No, I don't think it's stupid. I do want you to hold your boundary with this guy, but I don't want you to be critical of yourself. Who told you how to deal with this? You know, do any of us know how to deal with, by the way, you won't be seen for most of your life. Now we're going to drop a guy into your consciousness, and he's going to be incredibly present with you, and he's going to see you like no one's seen you before. Good luck with that. I mean, that's just a lot. It's just a lot. So I'm glad you've got it. That's a way marker. You might look back in your life and say, that's awesome. I had that experience because it let me know what it's like to be seen. And I'm absolutely going to go for that. And I'm not going to stand for a guy that does not see me. But unwinding it, as you're experiencing, is difficult. I can't seem to let go of the fantasy. Honestly, it's embarrassing to even talk about sometimes. The fact that this one guy is consuming so much of my headspace. Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense to me. So you might have to go through a painful withdrawal from this guy. And I also think part of what you want to do is create more context in your life where you're being seen. So if that is getting into different types of communities of practice, places where people are practicing more authentic ways of being, whether that's spiritual paths, meditation, yoga, whether it's, programs like, I have a program I run sometimes. It's all about people being more authentic. That's a place where people get more used to being seen. It's a thing. So let's keep that bit. And I think you probably need to let this guy know that he can't have a place in your life right now, or perhaps you name it that, perhaps we're going to spend one last time together, but knowing both of us mutually that this is kind of it. Now, don't expect him to get it, because if he's been popping in and out for 3 years, he doesn't get it. And I don't mean that harshly. I just mean, we either have an awareness or we don't, right? There's going to be plenty of things that I don't have an awareness of because I don't have an experience with it, or I haven't done the learning around it. In this instance, he doesn't have an awareness, I think, of the negative impact that this in and out is having on you. So we're just going to assume that's going to be the case. But you getting more places to practice your authenticity, I think, would really support you. And you might have to go and get some support, right? Whether it's the coach, someone like me, or someone that can help you, so when you're going through this experience that the no contact is what you're doing, and getting some support with that, letting some friends know, like having some people in your corner for the times when it gets hard. But the other thing that this is inviting you to do is to get off your own back. Like, you've got a strong inner critic, I think. And I get it, because you're pretty smart, I'm imagining, so that it's confusing to you that this guy is kind of like laid waste to a lot of your rational world. But that's sometimes what relationship is here to do. It's hard, but it's also calling you to your wakefulness. You don't want to be so hard on yourself. What would be a compassionate perspective here? Compassionate perspective would be, geez, this is difficult because this guy really sees me and now I've got to let him go. Wow, what a challenge. You're really going to have to step up to the plate. That might be a nicer way of talking to yourself, right? Than this is stupid and all that stuff. Is it possible for a man to change his mind about getting married? I'm 61, dating a wonderful man of 63. He treats me like a queen, but he's hesitant about marriage. Okay, so 2 things on this. One, to a point I made earlier, you may have to give him a loving ultimatum, right? It may be that this is so important to me that I would be cheating myself if I didn't honor it. So I actually am taking a stand. I want to get married. Now, I can give you a few more weeks or months to think about that. That's okay. I don't mind if we take a few more weeks or months, but we've got to bring this to a conclusion at some point. Either we are going to go down that direction or we're not. I need to start downshifting from this connection because that's what I really want. Then the other piece is, can you be curious about his experience? What has him not want to get married? Is it previous bad experiences of marriages? Is it that he's worried about, is he worried about the commitment side, or is he worried about the like asset commingling of finances side? And are there any other structures that would allow you to co-create there, right? Maybe you don't care about the commingling of finances, but you do want to be married. So maybe you can not mingle your finances, right? Or maybe you can sign a prenuptial agreement, or maybe you can just agree that, you know, if it's at your house, you're paying, if it's his house, he's paying, or, you know, maybe there's different ways you can do that. Is there any pressure on him from his children? Do they not want him to get remarried? Is there some question about inheritance? So basically giving him the safe space to tell you what this is about. The other thing I think you can ask him is, I want to know from your heart of hearts, is this actually about your ability to be committed to me? Like, is that what the essence of this is, that you don't actually feel ready to be in a 100% committed relationship with me? And, you know, sometimes I use this expression, I'm a big girl. Maybe there's a better way of saying that. But what I sort of mean is, I want you to give a guy permission to give you the truth as directly as possible. So it's sort of like, look him in the eye, and you don't need to soften this on me. I want to know, like, do you want to be the person who wants to be with me do you want to be in that level of commitment? We have a wonderful connection, but a wonderful connection you can have with a lot of people, it's a different thing than, are we moving into a commitment style of relationship? Now, if he says, I don't believe in marriage anymore because I had a bad experience and I gave up on the religious context of marriage, maybe he could have a civil partnership with you, right? Which is the same level of commitment, but it's not sort of like a religious marriage. Or if he says, look, I want to be with you. I know that in my heart of hearts. I just know I don't want to be married, but I'm happy to structure this however we want. I'm happy to move in. I'm happy to put a significant amount of finances in our joint account. I'm happy to put you on my Amex. Let's find out. Let's get to the heart of it. What is that about? Is it family pressure, bad experiences, religion? Is it assets? Is it actually just about the commitment? And all these other things can sometimes be a little bit smoke and mirrors for the actual commitment. So we want to find that out. How do I connect with people so they see me? If these people never see me, because that's what I historically attract, people not seeing me, how can I figure it out quicker so I'm not caught up with FOMO, fear of missing out? Yeah. I mean, simplistically, what does it take for someone to see you? It takes for you to reveal yourself on the one side, and it takes for them being able to see you on the other. So something about seeing you is about their capacities. But even if people aren't in the world of like, I super try and like track and attune and empathize and see people, you'll sometimes be surprised who can get things about you just by being willing to listen to you, right? Even if you're in very different worlds. So sometimes that's actually about taking up space and being willing to take up people's attention. Do you feel comfortable sort of owning your stage for a little bit and sharing who you are and what you're about and what is meaningful? That is often the issue to being seen, right? Is that we learned somewhere back in the past, we learned not to be seen because, let's say, we had siblings that had bigger personalities, or we had parents that had bigger personalities or that had problems. So it was safer not to be seen. Perhaps we had inappropriate behavior towards us emotionally or sexually, so we learned not to be seen. Perhaps we got bullied. Perhaps we just noticed that when we go with the flow, people like us more. So we learn how to go with the flow. And now that's an unconscious behavior. So I would be curious what is in this from your side of the fence. There's probably something really good in this. You can't control how good other people are at seeing you, but you can select who you keep close in your life. And that might just be a standard for you. If someone's going to be a close friend, as opposed to maybe just an acquaintance or friend, they've got to have a minimum effective dose of being able to see you, right? And maybe you can even name that if you don't feel like it's happening. Maybe you could say, I would love a bit more of your curiosity about my work. Sometimes this is a thing, and I've had this can be a thing in family relationships, right? Where it's like, it's not a conditional thing. You're not choosing friends, but do people fully get you or get every domain of life that you move in? And maybe you also have learned how not to share that because it doesn't get the response, So sometimes you have to find the ways of making it more obvious with people. You know, sometimes it might take shared experiences, right? So if I really want to know about you as a musician, I might have to actually go to the concert with you. If you just sort of talk to me about music, maybe I can't fully get it and connect with it. But having that experience of seeing you come alive when, you know, the virtuoso pianist comes on stage, maybe then I sort of get the download, right? And maybe I could commit to like going to a concert with you once every quarter, even if it's not really my thing, because I get that it's a thing for you. So sometimes you have to have the shared activity, right? Sometimes you have to have other people relax enough in their nervous system that they can actually receive you. And maybe that's not available, right? Maybe if someone is so stressed, amped, overwhelmed, vigilant, they can't actually receive you. That's like a luxury they don't even offer themselves because they're too full on, right? And sometimes life is thrown them that, you know, if they're just stretched in every direction. But you might also take a stand and say, there's a quality of connection that I want that we don't get when we hang out in this way. So I'm curious if we could, you know, go down to the park and have a picnic for 90 minutes and actually just drop in a little bit more. And that might make them afraid because they might not know what you mean or what you're asking for. They might take it as criticism, as you saying I'm a bad friend. So sometimes you're going to meet up with that. Sometimes you don't have to explicitly name the thing. So this is sometimes a limitation of me. I like language and I like trying to, you know, distinguish things and name them. And sometimes that's a gift, right? People have appreciated when I came up with drop-off guy. They're like, oh my God, that's it. That's just that sets me free a little bit, just hearing that there's this thing and I've had the experience and you know what I'm talking about, right? Some people, and sometimes myself as my limitations, I want to name the thing. I want to say, hey, could we, you know, drop in deeper? And now I'm actually making you afraid, right? Because maybe that's not easy for you. Or maybe you think dropping in deeper means, I don't know, you've got to try harder or you've got to like connect with me emotionally. And that's like a burden. But maybe I could notice that if we go dancing together, we just feel more emotionally connected. Or maybe it's getting out in, you know, the beautiful mountain scenery of nature, we feel connected. Or maybe we go pray together or we share a church experience, you know. Do you know what I mean? So you kind of get savvy and notice what's the thing that delivers the thing. Am I going to ask for it explicitly and give the backstory? Or can I just proceed directly to the thing? I know if we share a car for 2 hours, we're going to get a more meaningful conversation. And by the way, this is a thing with guys, right? Guys often need a certain amount of sort of shared experiences in order to feel more connected. And guys often, when they get together, they, you know, they talk here kind of shallowly, and then maybe at a moment they get into something a bit more important and then they come back here. But to get those moments of talking about like, dude, how you actually doing? You know, like, how's it going there? I know you're not talking with your mom at the moment. Like, what's that like? To get into that conversation, you have to have the other stuff around it, which is sort of like, you know, shooting the shit, you know, or like playing pool or go-karting or whatever your thing is. So, you know, be flexible, find out what works and yeah, don't be too stuck in one way of proceeding. Okay, why would a beautiful 53-year-old woman, me, who has taken love coaching training for 10 months, she's worked on her limiting beliefs, she's lost 30 pounds, took more live group self-love, connecting and manifesting courses the first 6 months of this year, is living her best life, working, traveling, going to live music and other fun events, still single? It's a good question. I'm sure it's one that a lot of people can relate to, right? Even if they don't have that exact, you know, personal bio. I'm sure the notion of like, hey, there's so many things that are going well for me. Like, how come I'm still single? You know, there is something curious just about the way that you've structured this sentence that has a little bit of my attention. I don't know what it means, but there is a sentence structure that sort of says, how come a person like me who is, and then sort of almost all these, almost like, I don't know how to say it. It's almost like I get the sense that you're seeing the world through how other people perceive you. And of course, we all do that, right? We can't but do that at times. But there's some little curiosity I have about that, almost like that somehow your authenticity would be to relax your sense of identity about some of these things a little bit. Question mark. That would be a direction of curiosity if I were coaching with you. Let's go on. Why am I unable to inspire men to pursue me and then want to continue pursuing me? Yeah, this is the question. I haven't had a man who loves me in my life for 5 years. Men will ask me on an occasional date, stick around for 2 to 6 weeks, and then disappear. I hold off on sex for 1 to 2 months, and most men can't wait that long and they lose interest. All I want is an attractive, available man to pursue me, ask me on dates, ask me to be his girlfriend, and then have a long-term partnership. How does a woman get from flirting and attracting to the guy actually asking her out and not giving up before sex? Yeah, so I think you've done a great job of explaining your experience there. And again, I think a lot of people can probably relate to what you're saying. At one level, right? How earnest of a request to life. All I want basically is an attractable, available man who wants to date me, make me his girlfriend, and at some point get into a long-term partnership. And yet it sort of seems elusive in some way. And you're saying, I haven't had a guy who loves me for 5 years. And I'm sure that's seeming like, a long chunk of your life. So one thing that I haven't talked about on this live stream that you could do, it takes a little bit of a risk, but you could ask men for their feedback. If you're a woman who dates men, in some ways, when it comes to dating, men's feedback is most valid, right? Because they're the target demographic. That doesn't mean that everything a guy says to you is going to be unequivocally true, right? It's his perspective. It may be very oriented to his own biases and myopias and projections, defensive. So, we're not taking it as gospel. But if you have the experience of asking a number of men about their experience of you, and you're willing to hear, you might find there are some similarities, right? So you might find that men, their experience is that you lead with your sexuality. So they very easily connect with your sexuality, and they sort of think of you as a sexual being, and that's where they're connecting with you. But maybe there are other parts of you that they don't so easily connect with because they're not being brought forth. Maybe you are, it's so obvious that you want a relationship that somehow life and men are pushing that away because it's almost like too desperate, the need for a relationship. Maybe you're playing your need for a relationship kind of cool, and men don't pick that up. They just sort of think you're out for a fun time. You're dating for fun, but they don't get this more serious thing. Maybe men are intimidated by you right now. That could be men's work, right? Sometimes it's like men can be intimidated by, super successful women, and that can be men's work to kind of like relax that. And if a number of guys are having that same experience, maybe there's like an identity that you've made out of your success, right? Or maybe you're sort of projecting a level of dominance that most men, actually, that's not what they're attracted to. They're more attracted to vulnerability, or they're more attracted to receptivity. So it's not always easy because you're like, well, how am I going to ask these men? Like, I just delete these guys on an app. I don't even know who these guys are. It could just be that the next time you're connecting with a guy, and I've seen this happen to good effect, right? And the text happens from one side where you're getting the text that he's not feeling it. You might just say, thank you for sharing, being honest. I'm curious if you're willing to share. Could you just be blunt and direct with me? What's your experience of me, right? Or you could say, because we talked about it the date, like, I'm looking for a serious relationship. Is there anything you think I'm missing? And again, take it with a pinch of salt. This is not about taking on, criticisms or being down on yourself. It's just, is there anything out there, right? I could take a really good guy, right, a nice guy, and I could put him in front of a bunch of women and say, what's your feedback? And they might say, I don't feel his backbone, right? I don't feel his masculine presence, right? And it may be that he's not a super masculine guy, right? We don't have to all be super masculine guys. We're all going to naturally vary in our authentic mix of masculine and feminine, right? I'm not the most masculine guy that you're going to find. And there are some things that I can do that are things that masculine men can do. And there are some guys that don't do those things so well. And it can be useful to get that feedback. Or he's super cute, but I don't feel any of his sexual potential. I don't really get that he's given off any of those vibes, or he's a nice guy, but I think he's probably just nice, and I kind of want him to be a bit more wild, right? And you can even get this, I've been through, when I was training to be a coach, you can go through coach trainings, you get everyone in the group to sort of give you the feedback as to like, what's the thing that we want more of from you, right? So I remember this at the time, one of the things that the group wanted more of for me, and this is a group of men and women, but maybe there was, I think at the time, there's probably more women in that group training to be coaches, and they wanted more of my puppy. So here I am in the training room, going around the floor, grabbing on people's legs, trying to be a puppy. I think they just wanted more of my heart, more of my softness, more of my playfulness. So, I don't need to take that on like, oh, I'm a bad person because I'm disconnected from my inner puppy. I can just notice, a number of people seem to have a similar sort of thing. So there's possibly something in it. Maybe I'm held back in this way, or maybe there's a true part of me I'm not bringing forward, or maybe I'm giving off the wrong impression. Maybe I'm sexualizing my emotional need. Maybe I come across as standoffish, right? Maybe men find me distant. I mean, I can even think of dating experiences where I've had one date and then another date that's not that, not that far apart, maybe in the same week. And I'm like, wow, there's just such a different energy in these things. And it's, I'm a common denominator. So I'm going to imagine, even though dynamics are always unique to people, that the difference is more on the other side of the fence than it is here, right? You can connect with people who are very quickly telling you their whole life story and they're cheering up when they do it. You can go on dates with people for a long time and feel like I don't even really know much about that person. So to kind of get what I'm saying, it's sort of being open to the feedback that comes from people. Definitely look in this masculine, feminine polarity domain, because it is one of the main domains of dating. And it is one of the things that sustains interest. When guys who have a masculine essence want to connect with the feminine and they want to do that through dating, you might ask, is there a balance of masculine and feminine? Now, it could be that actually the answer to that is just to date more masculine men, that actually it's not something that you need or want to shift on your side. You've just been going and dating a bunch of guys that aren't particularly masculine and you want a more masculine guy, right? Or it could be that that at work you've had to develop this kind of tough, hard-ass persona, and actually you don't want to bring that into your dating, but you don't really know how, and so you can just admit it's something I'm kind of practicing. Do you see? It could also just be timing, right? Maybe there's some gift that life is trying to give you by saying 5 years of singleness is not a punishment, it's actually a gift. Because perhaps for some of your earlier years, you were always in relationship, right? Or you were growing up, you were always, I don't know, you were dad's confidant, or you were always mum's emotional buffer. And then you got into a serious relationship, and then you got into another serious relationship, and then you were dating, and then you were in another serious relationship. And you've never really had a time where you're actually on your own, tending to yourself. Even though you might say, well, I've had 5 years of singleness. There's 5 years of singleness where I'm not really dating that much, and I'm just trusting if I make a connection, I make it. Or there's 5 years where I'm hustling and I have a protocol and a spreadsheet for how I deal with dating apps, right? There's sort of two ends of the extreme. So I would be curious if there's anything in that where you might be like, well, of course I've been alone. It's been a pandemic and, it's super rough, some of the context that we've all had to be through this stuff. So bear that in mind. It might not be that right now coming out of the pandemic, is the best time to be like more singleness or aloneness. But do you get what I mean? I've got videos on that. You can look it up. Will I always be alone? And I sort of distinguish, aloneness and loneliness. They're not necessarily the same thing. And getting used to our own aloneness can be a really important thing. If you're having the experience that it's all about sex from the guys, bluntly, there's two possibilities, right? You're either connecting with a pool of men for whom it is mostly about sex, and you're reading that accurately. And dating apps are replete with that. Remember, I don't know if you were with us earlier, but I was saying, I think every guy has that within him, right? Like the higher and lower nature, you could call it. The lower nature that just wants to be sexual, and the higher nature that wants sexuality to be connected to his heart, right? When I lived in Boulder, people who are into certain kinds of transformational work where they're quite happy talking about, erotic energy would say, we want your balls and your heart connected. That's what's really attractive in an integrated man, right? That he is connected to his masculine energy. He is connected to his body, but he's also in his heart. So when he's being sexual, it means something. That's what most of you want, I think, in being sexual with a guy. It's not necessarily that he's made a commitment to be with you forever and a day. It's that actually it's emotional connection and meaningful to him when you're being physical, even if it's just a makeout. If that's not available, it could be because that's not available with the pool of guys, or it could be that somehow you're only hitting that lower part of them. You're not hitting that part of them that is about, protection and about connection and about soul and heart and meaningfulness. That might be something that you can just practice noticing as you're sitting in front of a guy. Like, how are we connecting? What parts of me are online? What parts of him are online? And you might notice maybe there's a way that you don't even know that you've tied up your value with your sexuality or with being provocative or flirtatious. What's it like for you to go on a date and really dial that down? So it's almost prim and proper. I'm not bringing my sexuality. What's that like? Maybe the guy's going to connect with you in a little bit of a different way. Maybe you can get his feedback. But do you see what I'm saying? Either it's a pool issue with men, I think, or it's somehow the way that you're inviting yourself forward in your dating. That's my sense. All right. Hi, great to catch you live. Welcome. Good morning from Adelaide. Got it. It's already tomorrow. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Toby says I could just indulge my insomnia. I get it. I don't always have perfect sleep. I get it. Peter says, I resonate with that question too. For me, things only remain at the flirtation stage and never progress further. Even statistically, I should have had a guy ask me out by now, but it just doesn't happen. Okay, so I'm curious, just in real time, what I just said, does any of that relate to you? Does any of that make any sense to you? My guy and I have been in a relationship for 1 year. Everything is good to great. However, we don't have much conflict. In a year, maybe just 2 or 3 times. So my question is how to get to the conflict. Yeah, I mean, so I like this. I was gonna just make a little joke there of like, be careful what you ask for, right? Because conflict can also be difficult in relationships. And, you know, I know what it's like to be in a high conflict relationship, or I know what it's like to not be able to repair well. So that said, what I do like is that you're being real about this, that conflict is a part of most relationships. And if there's no conflict, it could be a little bit of a red flag. So you're saying, how do we get to it? Well, what's the opposite of getting into conflict, right? Normally it's something like I'm being overly accommodating, overly agreeable. I'm not claiming myself. I'm going to sleep on my desires. I'm a little bit disengaged from myself and my life. So check for any of those things. Are there any places that you are sort of dumbing yourself down? Is there anything in yourself that you can claim more of your authentic desire? Sometimes, you know, I have this with coaching clients. I might ask, you know, so what's your authentic desire? It's like that question doesn't even have a place to land, because I don't even know really what you like. I mean, are you asking me what I want to eat right now? Are you asking me if I like the weather? And you have to practice there. It's like PPO, preferences, priorities, and opinions. What is your preference? Do you want to go for dinner? Where do you want to go for dinner? Now, you might like having a guy who makes some of those decisions for the relationship, right? Lots of women like that, a guy who's kind of decisive and has a plan. The danger is if that's happening at a level where you've gone to sleep, or it's sort of supporting your disengagement, that could be an issue. So we might want you to start stating preferences, even preferences that you don't necessarily follow through on, right? So even just saying, I want to go for dinner and I'd love French food and I'm flexible, right? Even that's just in getting you engaged in the muscle of, do you have a preference? It's opinion time. Everyone's talking about the latest Supreme Court nomination, or they're talking about Love Island, or they're talking about the soccer performance, or whatever the thing is. What's your opinion? And it doesn't matter if it's your true heartfelt opinion, right? Obviously, if that's there, lead with it. But if it's not, sometimes just have an opinion for an opinion. Go one way or another, right? Every time we're tossing coins, so you don't get to just be on the fence. We've got to go one way or the other. Are you agree? Do you disagree? Are you more in favor? Are you less in favor? Just it's working out that kind of muscle. So that's how I think you start getting into knowing what you want. Now, the more you know what you want, the more you might notice we don't actually have the same desire. So we now need to negotiate. Maybe we need to compromise. Maybe tonight I'm going to do what you want, but tomorrow night we're maybe going to do what I want, right? Stan Tatkin talks about this quite skillfully, because his belief, again, he's an attachment guy. His belief is we've got to make some of these big compromises to actually get our needs met, right? So I'm introverted. I do not like coming to your work events, but I will do it. But in return, I want you to acknowledge that actually costs me something. That's actually hard for me. So that's a real drain for me in our relationship, but I will do it because I get that it's important for you to have your partner at your work event. However, you also need to pay the price, right? And without sounding too contractual or too sort of transactional, it's more acknowledging, wow, if that's a real burden on you, then yeah, next time you say, can you watch, Top Gun? And I think it's crazy that men like that kind of movie or whatever it is, maybe I'm willing to watch it, right? Because that's actually what has you feel connected to me and it has you feel relaxed. Or do you get it? We get a little bit more sober about the impacts that we have on our partner, right? If you want me to come to your girl's spa event, and I'm not into it, just acknowledge that's really like, I'm doing that for you. I'm kind of making a sacrifice. I'd much rather maybe be doing something else. It's learning the things that are meaningful. They're learning the things that pay into the bank account and take out from the bank account. Sometimes it's hard because you really have to get over yourself in some ways to realize that. How you get to the conflict is you say, what's your experience of relating with me? What's hard about relating with me? And again, this is Stan Tatkin. Everyone is annoying and difficult. I think it took me a long time to realize I'm quite annoying and difficult. It sometimes even surprises me where I feel like I'm being pretty open-minded because I'm known in many circles as being an open-minded guy, but my mere being is provocative to some people. I've just had to learn that me even not jumping on the bandwagon and saying, yes, I agree, so-and-so is stupid, or how did we ever vote so-and-so into office? Just not agreeing, not disagreeing, but just holding my own sort of non-judgment is provocative to some people, or they don't like it. What am I going to do? That's sort of my authenticity. You got to deal with that a little bit if we're going to hang out. Maybe there's a time where I can learn this is so important to you that you actually just need me on your side, and you need to know I'm on your side. And maybe you're a little unreasonable with your position right now, but that's actually okay. You get to be unreasonable because what you need is my loyalty. You don't need my sort of intellectual non-judgment. But you get into conflict by asking people, what do you want in this relationship? What would better look like for you? What's difficult about this? You get into conflict by bringing more of yourself forward, your true priorities and preferences. You get into conflict by being willing to call each other on some stuff, hopefully from a place that you can metabolize it together. I don't mean to get onto you. I'm not trying to nag, but I know we've talked about doing this thing a number of times and it hasn't happened. And I don't really know what to do with that. I trust you a little bit less when we talk about things again and again and again and nothing happens. Sometimes that's a true way of expressing to a guy. Now, as a guy, I might easily get defensive there. You're nagging me about cleaning the garage. I'll get to it, But maybe at my best, let's get into that conflict. If I really have to realize that me not saying that I'm going to do the thing about the garage is actually really problematic to you and is lowering your trust in me, as a mature guy, I might want to know about that. Now, if actually you're just a bit bored and you're nagging me, I might push back and say, are you bored? You just seem like you want to nag me right now. And maybe we go at it a little bit. Learning how to repair is hard, but it's really worth it. Any efforts you put into that. But in order to repair, you have to hit some of the conflict first. I remember an old high school mentor of mine who's still a friend. I still go and see them when I'm back in England if I have a moment. I remember his saying to me, the chips are down. You've got to be able to clear things with people. And I really have had a felt experience of that being true. If you can't repair and you can't clear things, it's really hard to stay in a shared reality. And if we're in a relationship where we're not in a shared reality enough of the time, we're going to have an issue. That's really what the culture wars is, right? Sort of like two groups of the population in wholly different realities that are not shared and are getting further apart. So I kind of like this impulse. And what's it like? What persona would you need to be in to bring forth more of the conflict? Maybe you'd need to be a little bit more provocative or something like that. How do you open up to love and relationships after being single for a long time and or after a healthy relationship? Let me just pop that in here. I'm going to just bring that up on the screen here. Well, it's difficult. That's probably what you're experiencing and why you're asking this question. Slowly, I think slowness is your friend. I think owning your experience, right? So, part of owning your experience might be, this is hard for me. Like, you seem like an interesting, let's say you're a woman who dates men. You seem like an interesting guy. I do want to get to know you. And I've also got to acknowledge this is a little hard for me because it's the first time I've wanted to open up to someone. And I'm not even sure that I do want to open up. Now, realizing in the healthy masculine, I don't think we presume the right that you have to open up to us, right? I think at our best, we realize that's sort of earned. It's sort of a privilege. You don't have to be doing that. I think also when we're in our healthiest masculine, and again, I'm not saying I do this all the time, but I think we realize that the feminine essence, which maybe your true essence may not be, but if it were your true essence, that the feminine essence also is going to open and close, right? Now, we sometimes use the metaphor of the flower, like the petals that open and close. So what does that mean? It kind of means that it's going to take some time. And just because you opened up this much, it doesn't mean that every time we just start there and we keep opening. You may have closed a little bit over the last 3 days. You may have been having some stress at work. You may have got a little bit scared and you've got a little bit back more in your shell, So ideally, the masculine can facilitate what you're talking about by supporting the slowness, by not having to be, pressuring you into physical intimacy, by being calibrated, by noticing where you're at, appreciating your previous experience, you revealing some of your experience. Maybe you're going to be doubting yourself, for any of us that have had aspects of relating that are unhealthy, it's a thing. It's going to be harder to trust yourself there for a bit. Just allowing that, right? Not like, oh, I should trust myself or I should be able to do this. Just like, yeah, it's going to be a journey. If you have an injury and you want to get back into playing sport at a decent level, it's going to take a while. And for a while, you might not trust that that injury is healed, and it might not be healed, or it might be healed, but you don't trust it yet because you got to like give it several, outings before you know that. So I think, kindness and compassion to yourself, always a good way of proceeding. Maybe by not actually waiting too long to get back into it, right? It's a balance, sobriety, not too much, not too little, right? So if you've just broken up this week, maybe don't go on a date this week. Maybe take some time to like heal and process now. And obviously the longer the relationship has been, the longer probably it's going to take to process. But also don't maybe wait years to go on a date, because you don't have to go on a date knowing that you're ready to be in a relationship, right? Dating can be part of your healing. It can be part of your process. You can let someone know, like, I'm just dipping my toes back in. I'm testing this out. So you don't have to, give people the impression you're exactly ready to get into a committed relationship, but it's fine. Dating, all sorts of connections and friendships can come from dating. So you can let dating be your friend. The pattern that I've seen, and I've tried to, address this in videos recently. One of the patterns is I've been hurt so much that then I never get back into a relationship, right? And so I think that once that starts to get 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, it's only getting harder. So it's a little bit like if you've had an accident, right? If you've had a car accident, or if you've come off your bike, as long as you're not re-traumatizing yourself, we probably want you to get back out there, right? Or if you've had a scuba dive and maybe it was difficult, I've had that experience. You want to kind of get back out there. Otherwise, it's probably going to build up mentally and be harder. Even if the getting back out there is super light dating, just coffee dates, I even know from the start that I'm not really looking for the second date. I'm just meeting people. I don't even want to date. I'm just going to go down the bar, but I'm going to say hello to a few people, just kind of getting back into that energy. I think actually physical injury to the body is a good metaphor, because when you're injured, you do need a little time, right? Where the body can contract, or it can stabilize, or it can, regrow or regenerate. And obviously, depending on what the tissue is, it's going to take longer or shorter. But that time, you don't really want to aggravate. You don't be like, oh, I broke my leg and I'm going to go for a run tomorrow. But as soon as that leg has got to a level of healing where it can start to bear weight and you can start to do exercise, I'm not a doctor. This is not health advice, but you get the metaphor. It's probably good for you to start putting it under a little bit of stress, right? Calibrate it, but we don't want you, I know people that have ankylosing spondylitis. It's a degenerative arthritic condition of the back, historically seen being more prevalent in men. Historically, the treatment was go to bed, rest. But that actually, in time, we worked out that was the worst thing, because the longer you're in the bed, what were you doing? You were just immobilizing the spine. And actually, we want to get out there and mobilize it, right? We want to move it. So it's a similar thing. You don't want to get too concretized in your sort of detachment from the world. That's why I distinguish between non-attachment and detachment. Non-attachment is I don't know where this dating is going. I'm open to seeing. Let's see, let it be shown. Detachment is I'm sort of skeptical of dating. I'm sort of skeptical of men. I'm sort of down on dating. And sometimes you need a little bit of a period of that just to sort of like help you get over. Like, yeah, think negatively of your ex, right? That can sometimes help you move on. Like, oh, I'm really glad I'm not with them, or he was narcissistic in this way, or he didn't value me in this way. Sometimes some of that is just enough to push off, right? To make the break. But then we want you to release that energy really and put your energy forward into what it is that you're looking for. I have a question regarding household money. When is the issue of money discussed in the West, before or after marriage? The concept is used in the Middle East, but only randomly. In the Middle East, it's the men's responsibility, but I know that most households are built on partnership in the West. I think any discussion of that at any point is probably, once you're in a relationship of sorts, I think it's probably good, because it's one of the main sources of not being on the same page. It can be a main source of conflict. I think you are right that if there were a default expectation in the West, it is towards more of a shared financial thing, not just that it's wholly a guy's responsibility. But I think most women also like a guy that can take leadership in that domain, even if they're perfectly capable of leadership in that domain themselves. That doesn't mean that the guy has to earn more. It can mean that the guy is putting more of his attention. You feel his presence, right? He's not like, oh, we ran out of money, babe. He's like, oh, I noticed we've been spending a little bit too much. We might need to rein it in, right? He's tracking. He's paying attention. It doesn't need to be, a Google spreadsheet whiz. He doesn't need to be a trained accountant, but just, he's noticing that there's an impact of that. So most women, I think, appreciate a guy that has some of that kind of essence. The other thing I'll just throw in here, right, which can make this difficult, is that the statistics show that in relationships where the women out earn the men, they are less likely to last. Their longevity rates are less. I don't remember the specifics off the top of my head, but it's statistically significant. So I don't know what that means. There's all sorts of curiosities I would have about that. That could be to do with a lot of things. It could be to do with the empowerment that having your own financial earning gives you to be able to walk away from a relationship. It could be that when we're less economically codependent, we're actually more free to leave the relationship. It could be that a lot of men prefer to earn more than a woman, and a lot of men, they won't care about that. But it could be that the more money you make, the longer you've been in education, and education, we know, can also have impacts, right? And this actually might be relevant. I don't know if you've come across this data, but the higher a woman's IQ, sometimes the lower her marriage prospects. And I don't know that that's been fully explained in peer-reviewed literature, but that's interesting. And that's not true of men, right? Generally, the smarter men are more likely to get into committed relationships and are deemed more attractive. So there's, none of this is about dumbing down how smart you are. It might also be that smart women are more empowered. They're more willing to leave men. They're more willing to leave bad relationships. They're less dependent on a man. They're more empowered in certain ways. They have better careers. They have better income. They have taken longer to be in education, so they weren't focusing on relationships. There's all sorts of things that I haven't even mentioned that could go into that. But that's just a thing that doesn't necessarily get talked about, that you, as you're listening to this, if you're investing in this kind of education, you may well be significantly smarter than average woman. And that might just be something that's in there. Now, I don't think that needs to get you down in any way. These are sociological trends. Relationship happens very much at the granular individual level. It only takes one person that you want to relate with and get to know more. So I don't think we should use generic statistics and sociology to kind of become another thing we need to worry about. But it can also just be a form of awareness and compassion. All right, we've got a wrap. Let's get this done. What have we got? My question is, how does a high value or evolved man like to be comforted in challenging or distressing times? I've only seen or been raised around narcissistic men who reject emotions altogether. I see challenging times and the methods of resolution as a tool to growing in relationships. Can you pitch in? Well, I do nothing if not pitch in. Yeah, I like that question. I don't have a set answer to that. What I will say from my own experience of a guy who experiences stress at times is that when I'm stressed, sometimes I do want to be on my own. And I do want to solve those problems on my own. Now, you could say that's an edge of my development, is sometimes when I'm stressed is leaning into support. Sometimes it could be because I know it's my own dragon to slay. What I'm not a fan of when I feel stressed is having to make connection, which I don't believe is going to be supportive. So let's say, like, I don't know, I'm stressed about something financial and you think what I need is to go and have a massage and that will chill me out. But I know what I need is to actually just get the financial reports done. And then until I do that, I'm going to be kind of a bit stressed about it. So sometimes a sort of like a love languagey thing can show up there. I think two things, again, this is sort of simple. One is asking, right? When you're stressed, at a time when a guy's not stressed, when he's not stressed, what do you find helpful when you're stressed? And he may have awareness of that. He may know very clearly, he may not, but that's a good question to ask. The second thing is to be a student of it, right? Is to sort of notice when I have a guy who's stressed and I do this, does that seem to help and does that not, right? Just to be a sort of experimental psychologist with them. But I think most guys, when they're stressed, are more likely to be in problem solving than relational mode. So the relationship is going to likely, I think, to a lot of men is going to recede, right? Unless it's sort of like, yeah, my stress is because, I don't know, I broke my leg. And yeah, if you could pull back the covers for me, that's going to be helpful. But if it's sort of like I'm stressed by my own career or I'm stressed by my own money problems or something like that, I think a lot of guys, it's more natural for them to want to be self-reliant and to want to figure it out. Not just because they want to be invulnerable, but just because they're quite focused on, well, what's the thing that, if I'm worried about money, let me spend more time trying to make money, right? I don't necessarily want to talk about it and relate about it. Now, sometimes that can be supportive to guys to kind of unburden themselves. But I think all you're doing is providing that space where you are listening and you are caring and you are curious. And that might draw it forth. But you might also get a bit of a wall from him. So I think just noticing, and I know I can be both of those guys. I can definitely be walled and defensive and just kind of leave me alone. I know I can also be a guy who, if I get that you really understand and are tracking what I'm talking about, I might want to reveal at length, because that might be a really incredible opportunity. So ask him, be a student, and don't take it personally if he doesn't want to connect with you when he's feeling stressed. Now, if that happens to such a level where it's like, well, he's stressed 24/7, so I don't see him this year, what are you talking about? Yeah, that might not be a good fit for you. But most guys, they go through this stress, rest, action, rest dynamic. So when they're in high stress, they kind of just want to do the thing. But when they are not, that's when they're more available for connection, right? So it's sort of also picking your times. Now, I can even relate to this from the perspective of relating to my own father. I know that I have had better conversations with him when there's nothing that's on his attention, right? Which is often, growing up, at least when we were in the same place, was later at night, right? The day is done, work is done, dinner's done, we got through the thing, we've done the dishes, we're done, right? We're just kind of watching TV, or even TV is done and we're ready to go to bed. That's often the moment, because there's nothing that's kind of filling in the attention. Now, every guy's different, but I think you'll generally find if a guy is relaxed and available, you're going to feel his presence more. And so probably how you are with him is better. And now you can maybe see if there's a conversation there. What he doesn't probably need is interrogation or being a psychologist. Now, I used to get this criticism earlier in my life, and to the point where people who knew me, in my teens and 20s, sometimes they'll bring this up as a joke, right? Where I got people questioning me, did I work for the Inland Revenue? The IRS equivalent in the UK, because I had such a level of curiosity about their business. They thought I might be like probing and being a tax inspector. In my world, I'm just, oh no, I'm fascinated. What's your business model? How long have you been in business? Did you always want this business? And to a lot of people, they love that curiosity. But to some people, it's invasive and it's intrusive. And I didn't have that much respect or awareness back in the day. I mean, sure, if they then said, do you work for the IRS? I might be like, no, and I could back off. But I probably, if I was honest, maybe in some of my younger lack of awareness, I probably didn't think that there was a problem on my side of the fence. Like, curiosity is a good thing. So if you're kind of, being a bit deflective or being distrustful, that's sort of on you. Now, I may actually be reading, yeah, this probably is a distrustful person if they think I'm a police inspector or working for the IRS, but maybe they don't actually appreciate that line of questioning. And if they want to reveal about their business, they will. And if they don't, they won't. It's taken me longer, and it's also taken me to be more connected to my own needs for privacy or just solving my own problems, to actually appreciate that more. So you notice that even when you coach people, there's some places they don't want to go. That's okay, but they don't have to go there. Now, if you as the coach really think there's something in this territory, you might say, I'm not sure we're ready to go here yet, but I'm just going to put a bookmarker or lay this down, that at some point it might benefit you to open up that territory. And it doesn't have to be with me. This is not about me. This is just, I'm sensing there's some freedom in your life to come from that territory. But, we're ready for what we're ready for when we're ready for it, and that's, again, it's probably obviously above our pay grades. All right. My boyfriend had his ex-wife stay at his house. We don't live together, to care for his dogs while we went on vacation for 3 weeks. She flew in from another state to do this. While we were gone, she took it upon herself to sleep in our bed. In addition, he flew home early and spent time with her overnight until she flew back the next day. I feel disrespected as he lied to me, saying she had already went home. I feel she shouldn't have slept in our bed, and he should have told her to ask a friend to stay over the last night. Everything in our relationship is great, other than he has no boundaries when it comes to his 2 ex-wives. It feels like my feelings don't matter. He feels they're family. We're in couples therapy. I don't feel it's working. Thoughts? Well, I haven't heard his side of it, but from just what I'm hearing, I feel like I'm with you. My dominant instincts would, I think, be close to what you're saying. Now, that's partly because I do hold this view that when a relationship is primary, a relationship is primary. And all relationships can have threats, and some threats can exist from alternative partners or ex-partners. Now, if we are getting to know an ex-partner of one of us in a way that is building more trust and safety between us, that can be a good thing. But even in polyamory, and I'm not a polyamory guy, but even in polyamory, the primary relationship has the ability often to turn the thermostat down on the secondary or tertiary relationships. Meaning, if I'm your primary partner and I think you're connecting with this person too much, I get to say, hey, I don't want you to see her for a few weeks because, you know, it's too much for me. Now, what you're talking about is not that, right? As in, I think you're in a monogamous partnership. So this would be even more true. I think as men, we have to realize that, you know, building trust between exes and a current partner, that's a thing, you know, and I don't think it's, I don't think it's sort of de facto. I think it has to be earned. So I don't like what I'm hearing because I don't think it's building trust with you. Now, you may have some jealousy. Now, jealousy, I also think is worth working on. It's also kind of natural. So I'm not just down on jealousy. I know I can have jealousy. You know, maybe that's not my finest thing. Maybe I could be more vulnerable with my jealousy, right? And say, hey, I feel jealous, and start there rather than you're a bad person, you shouldn't be doing this. I also think there's functional utility to jealousy, right? I think part of jealousy is about protecting your relationship from things that may be a threat. I remember, like, way back in the day with an ex-girlfriend, there was a situation where, like, the babysitter had a family friend over, and they had ended up sleeping together in this person's bed, and they didn't like it, and I got it. And that's not like an ex sleeping in your bed. That's just anyone sleeping in your bed. So I get it. It's sort of his bed, not yours, because you don't live together. But I'm imagining that you guys spend intimate time there. And so I kind of get it. I don't like this pattern. It sounds to me like this would be an edge of masculine development, right? To actually hold a boundary with ex-partners. Maybe there's still some kind of unconscious dynamics that are happening there. If you can practice leading with your vulnerability, like where you feel hurt rather than where you feel accusation, that could be a good way of proceeding. Because when you lead with your hurt and vulnerability, not always, but often, you actually elicit the protector in a guy, which is actually what you want here, right? You want him to protect you. When you lead with your accusation, sometimes you're going to bring up more of our defensiveness. Now, if I'm a really evolved guy in that moment, I might be able to notice, yeah, you're being accusatory, and maybe you're being a reactive, and maybe I don't like it, but I also get that you're fighting for something. But, you know, can I always do that? No. So I don't think every guy is always going to be able to do that. But I'm more of the view that, you know, you as my partner get to be included when it comes to exes, right? Some people even don't like the notion at all that you're friends with your exes. But I think if you are someone that likes to be friends with exes, or where that's available, the question is, can I build your trust, right? Wouldn't it be great if you could trust that when I say, yeah, that my ex is coming around, that you actually have the right to be there, or I include you and say, hey, do you want to come hang out? And you get to say no, or you get to negotiate with me. So yeah, I imagine this is not his best pattern, but I'm curious if he wants to work on it, or if I'm curious if there's anything that he would include from his side that we're not seeing. But what I am curious about for you is this guy ever going to prioritize you fully as a primary partner? Because if basically his exes kind of get more sway in the situation than you do, I think that's going to be a problem. So I'm glad you're going to couples therapy. I'm curious if he's bought into it, because sometimes people go to therapy, it's like one person kind of wants it more than the other. Yeah, but it also sounds like there's other good things in the relationship. So I like that you've also tracking that, you know, there's some great things here, but this might be something that I would be most excited if he got, yeah, this is an issue. I'm soft on my exes and I need to learn how to hold boundaries with them, right? It might be that there's a little bit of like, you know, he's an empath and they've got some narcissism and he can't stand up to them, or maybe he feels guilty in their direction because, I don't know, he left the relationship, or, you know, maybe there's some unfinished karma there. But yeah, I get it. Because I think as a guy, if in doubt, you should be erring more on the side of I'm including you than less, right? Even if I think that's because you're being untrusting and sort of reactive, like ideally I'm going to build more in that direction. But, you know, people have differences. And I've got to say, you know, I'm a bit more in the Stan Tatkin view of this relationship's primary and everything else is secondary. Not everyone is like that. And I've related with people where it's not like that, you know, and I've even, you know, let's come into my classroom. Here's one I prepared earlier. Don't you always just sit next to a movable whiteboard? Okay, so I would try and, in relationship, explain this to someone and say, here's my view of relationship. Here's me and you. Sorry, they're basically I'm not very good at art. These are the same size circles. I realize one is slightly above the other. That's not intentional. These are the same level of circles, right? So here's us. And then kind of here's everything else right now. If we have kids, maybe that's different, right? Maybe, I don't know, the kids are all around us or something as a family unit, but that's not the situation here, I don't believe. So we're together, we're primary. Everything else, including your bestie, they're actually secondary. Now, this could be a masculine way of viewing the world, right? I think probably sometimes the feminine is views the world more as these kind of like, overlapping kind of concentric things. But I do think some women have this view that the relationship's primary, so everything else is sort of a bit more secondary. So when the chips are down, even if I'm being a little bit of a douche in some ways, I think my opinion should hold more sway than certainly any of your exes, certainly. But what are the needs of the relationship? And ideally, we want to try and take care of us. Now, often there's a power dynamic, there's a power struggle. If I'm going to give in to you around my exes, I feel like I'm ceding too much ground. I don't want you to dominate me. Maybe my mum dominated me. There could be all sorts of things that sit behind that. But sometimes just getting a view of, is this sort of what we're aiming for? Now, I have this imprinting because this is how I was raised, meaning this is how my parents, I think, operated in the world. I think their relationship in our family was primary and everything else was secondary. Now, not everyone has that. And maybe it's not, in all circumstances, it's not the right way, or it's not even, fully desirable. I think the attachment literature says that it is desirable. But let's say you didn't get that patterning. Let's say you were raised by one person, right? Or maybe let's say you were raised by both of your parents, but they weren't living in the same place. So you often felt a bit sort of torn between them. So the notion of giving yourself sort of fully and primarily to the partnership first might just not be a download. You're like, I don't really know what that looks like because I was always having to negotiate between mom and dad, So we're going to get different imprinting about this. But I think this could be a good conversation to have. Sometimes the partners are so aligned to this that we're sort of equally going to get jealous about, exes or other threats. So we can just sort of say like, hey, I got jealous about that. Can we talk about it? Jealousy can be hard to talk about, but my sense is, you're getting a pretty good read on this. And what we don't want is that now he feels he can't share what's true with you. Now, in the integrated masculine, I take that on myself to share what's true with you, whether you get it or not, or sort of whether you're reactive or not. But I do think in the real world, if I go to say things that are true and I get that, I always get a lot of pushback, or I always get, a meltdown or reactivity or a whole set of secondary issues. In some ways, you can entrain a guy to be less truthful with you. Now, if he's really on his game, he might not let that happen. But I don't know if any of us are on our game all the time enough for that not to happen sometimes. So we want to be incentivizing and rewarding, like, hey, I want you to tell me the truth. Even if it's not what I want to hear, I think you want to make that clear to a guy. So even if I don't want to hear that you are thinking about doing this thing with an ex, I certainly would rather know and be fully clear and on board and upfront about it than me finding out secondarily. But I think this could be a little bit of a blind spot there. All right, let's have a look here. Jack, what do you think about age difference with a guy pursuing that is much younger by 24 years with a lot of polarity? I thought I saw someone say something about, Emmanuel Macron, French president. Yeah, that's his situation. So I did make a video about this. If you haven't seen it, you could check it out. It talks about my sense that stage is often more important than age, a sort of stage of life in a very sort of broad sense, So, some guys are ready to retire at 49, right? They're picking up their police pension after 20 years of service or 30 years of service, Some people aren't ready to retire and they're, 83 and still running 7 businesses. So that sort of thing, I think, can be important. I've seen lots of examples, maybe not quite as big an age gap, but definitely 15-year age gaps that work great, So I'm not too afraid of age gaps because I have had people, who know a little bit more about astrology and sort of human design, different typing systems that you can use that say that you can actually look at someone's sort of chart and it would predict whether they are likely to have age gaps. Sometimes those age gaps can go in both directions, so you might both be capable of being with someone who's 20 years older or 20 years younger. I think you want to be aligned about some of the key things, right? Are kids ever part of that territory? Is retirement part of that territory? Is commingling finances part of that territory? Sometimes there can be a power differential in age. There can be a power differential because, not always, but often 24 years older, you might be in a slightly different wealth position. So those can just be things to include. The other thing is if it's a genuine soul approach from the guy, right? So if it's a younger guy approaching someone 24 years older, is that a genuine soul connection? Does he want a genuine relationship? If he does, and you're both game and you've talked about some of the things that could be potential issues, I think, all the power to you. If it's more of a, I have a sort of sexual thing for older women, I mean, that's totally legitimate and allowed, but it just might be a different thing than I'm looking at you as like, I'm actually looking at you as a partner. That's the thing that I would want to be clear of on either side of that. Jack, I'm really struggling with navigating dating apps and finding the ongoing new conversation, small talk, and male lead, speed to sex, getting really exhausting and frustrating. It's making me bitter. Yeah, I get it. I think I would probably be in the same view if that's what I were receiving all the time. So you can change apps, right? So there are definitely apps where this is less of the case. I think one of them is Bumble, because it's women leading the conversation, having to make that first initiation of conversation. I've also heard women talk favorably about experiences of Hinge. So I think, kind of mix and match. There are also some things that are less about like the swipe culture and where you can actually select with a lot of granularity. So I think like OkCupid, for example, I think you can really go granular on, personality questions and interests. So that might be a better way of proceeding. You also might get good at reading this from a profile, obviously through the words, but also just, you might get good at reading energy, and you're not going to be right 100% of the time, but we're not needing to be right 100% of the time. You might just sort of intuitively let someone impact you from their energetics and just notice what's that like. Sometimes that might let you know, and obviously, someone might not be using the true pictures. There's all those sort of caveats, but you can sometimes notice it. You can sometimes notice, like I can obviously notice if I'm looking at profiles, I could notice like, oh, okay, this person is more leading with their sexuality. Now that might be great for them. That might be what they're looking for. But if they're looking for a deep soul connection, then maybe that's not the best energy to be leading with, or maybe they're unconsciously leading with it anyway. So maybe some guys are doing that, right? If they're not really taking the time to fill out their profile and talk about what they're into and talk about the stuff that would be conducive to connection, then, maybe you can start to filter some of that stuff on the front end. So yeah, I do know people are having mixed experiences of dating apps. I knew there's a lot of negative experiences, but I do also know some people that are, they're finding interesting dates that aren't leading with this sort of sexual energy all the time. Even if the dates aren't going somewhere, people are happy with that. I think if they're getting out and meeting people who are interesting people to meet, that's sometimes good enough. You can also consider all right, I guess 4 hours in, I'll be kind. We'll also consider that it may be good just to have a fast from the dating apps, right? Because if the energy that you're bringing is frustration and bitterness, and I have compassion, I know why you're experiencing that, but it's not really if you think of it from a like, what am I wanting to attract? It's not really your best energy to be going into it with. So maybe you just take a fast and say 3 months, not going to go on the apps. You could leave it there passive, right? So if there's incoming interest, you might just go in once a week or once a month and just check if there's anyone that's declared an interest in me that I do find interesting, or you could just completely, come off it and put your focus on organic things. Put your focus on going down the coffee shop, going to your yoga class, going to the dog park, taking up a new interest, asking your friends for blind dates, being a little bit more approachable to men, smiling more to men, holding more eye contact with men, making more conversation with men, whether they are, retail assistants or baristas or postmen, or just like whenever there's a guy that you have any level of interest, who's basically not like a hard no, make a connection, say hi, be in that energy, enjoy that dynamic, try saying something witty, try saying something meaningful. Do you know what I mean? And just put your energy there into feeling connected in your life and feeling alive in your life. Then 3 months down the line, take a view. Is it worth even bringing that back? If it's not giving you a lot, then I think it's okay to be off it. I think sometimes people think, well, then the universe won't think I'm serious, or maybe I'll miss out. But if really the energy you're getting there is a lot of highly sexualized male energy that you don't appreciate, and it's frustrating, exhausting, and bitter for you, you're not going to be attracting from that place. So I don't think that you're actually losing out a lot, it's sort of like, you know, the difference between having a very, very, very side hustle and a real business. You know, if you're very, very, very side hustle, you know, brings you in $25 a month occasionally when you make a sale on Etsy. I mean, that's great if that's just a passion project. But if you need to have an income to support you, $25 doesn't make a difference either way. So what I mean by that is you being on the dating app when you're frustrated doesn't make a difference either way to your actual success prospects. I think it's only probably going to be a detracting. People are agreeing with you. Yeah, lots of people are agreeing with you. Yeah. Your transparency refreshing. I like that. Thank you. There are sincere men using apps. Yeah, I think that's true. Appreciate your progressive views about age differences and dynamics. Yeah, you're welcome. All righty. So I'm going to post this link. If you haven't yet, consider to download my real, download my Real Freedom Guide. That's not the link that I'm posting here. That you will find under a number of videos on YouTube. It's actually a pretty deep dive for a free ebook. It's pretty good. This is just my checklist. It's an initial, easier read. Download it if you haven't. If you're looking at this after the event, I will post it beneath the video. We need a wrap there. I've got my eyes again a bit tired here. Got to get some dinner. It's been a 4-hour show. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the pre-submitted questions and the live questions. I know some of you had pre-submitted questions I didn't get to. Thank you for those anyway. We'll see if we can pick them or have you resubmit them at a future date. If you enjoyed this live, please like the video. Please share the video. Please help us grow this community. I'd like to be doing more of this, but also need to be supported in this work. So thank you for those of you that have donated to the channel and made super chats. I appreciate those. If you are looking at this after the event and you want to support the channel, you are welcome to make a donation. I know many of you have done this. I appreciate it. Through PayPal. I'll just put that link here, paypal.me/realjackbutler. I appreciate those donations. It just helps me put time into this and preparation time and all that stuff. I wish you all well. I hope you have a great start to your weekend, or if it's early Saturday, or you're watching this after the event. Have fun. Thanks for being here, and I look forward to being with you again soon. All right. Thanks, everyone. Cheers now.